Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome. It's good to see you all. How are you doing? Hey, everybody. How was your New Year's? I want to hear about y'all. How are you? Cypher, Nana, RGV, Dawhidid, welcome. Sophia, thank you so much, Sophia, for 1 whole year. Really well timed. 1 whole year of subs. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Hey there, Sora. Who else is here? Barango. Pyro. Coringito. Oreo, hello, welcome. I do stream on Twitch, and I'm gonna try to be more consistent about that this year. Oh, thank you so much, Coringito. I assume that's pronounced in Spanish, but correct me if I'm wrong. Happy New Year, Soda. Happy New Year, everybody. Hope you've had a good couple weeks. What was it? Good holiday season.
Happy New Year, fellas, way out here.
Hell yeah, Agent. Oh my god, 23 months, so close to the 2 years. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Whoa, we're getting hype train. Oh yeah. Thank you, Pyro. 9 months. Thank you so much. Megalomorph, I got you hooked. Hopefully more Megalomorph this year. Things we lost. Thank you for the follow. Also, yeah, thank you for the follows to Oreo from a couple minutes ago. Yeah, so I figured. Oh my god, hype Jesus! Holy shit, Happy New Year, dude. Thank you. Oh my god, so generous. Y'all enjoy your gift subs. So many, oh my god, so many familiar names who got subs. Sorry, I got a sub. Hell yeah. Y'all are wild. That was an immediate level 4 hype train. That's how big Jesus's influence is. Here, I'll have hold on, let me remove my tea bag because I forgot to remove that. Sec. I will have a drink to that. Select your drink of choice. Water is fine. Toast to the new year. So, yeah, I figured for tonight, I have a couple things I wanna scrape up some of the old stuff that we didn't get to finish during the last year, but I also want to do a little retrospective and just go through some of the stuff I made for in 2023, some of my favorites, and yeah, it just a little look back through memory lane and maybe go through New Year's resolutions in terms of arts, just stuff that I want to make. So let's go at it. Let's start. How about, hold on, I'm gonna go to the main screen here. This was just a silly thing I made for the for the announcement tweets. Just wanted to have some kind of mysterious future thing. Anyway, that's one of the things we're going to be finishing today if we got the time. But I think the first thing we should do is just go back. We're not going to go through every single thing I've done because it's like, I don't know, 100, 200. Haven't really counted this year. I did a whole like exhaustive count last year, but I didn't do it for this one. I think it's less, probably in terms of number, like raw numbers. It's probably less like full edits compared to last year, especially less stuff that I've released. We can't do a full count because there's stuff for projects that I can't talk about yet. Hopefully soon though, that are a big part of the count, but I can't show it to y'all. So yeah, we can't really do a full count. There's also stuff for like Fractal and stuff that I haven't released yet, like for future parts of Fractal that I've been like picking away at that throughout the year. What am I drinking? It's some tea, some black tea. What is you guys' drink of choice for the night? Hey Sea Star, what's up? Congratulations, it's a parasite, exactly. Bunkum, is that how you pronounce it? Thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Let's go through my big ol' list. Go through the start of 2023. So it started 2023 with the... Oh my god, it's 1 year old now. Okay, the last part of Fractal that I released is from January 2023. So I guess it's high time we continue that series. It might look like I've abandoned it. Not at all. I've actually been working on a ton of stuff on the background. So hopefully... I'm thinking like one of the streams in like maybe next stream or one of the streams around this week or the next. I'm going to try and do a couple images for the next part of the Fractal series so we can continue it. Because I got a lot of like cool images, but they're like individual images. And for each part of the Fractal series, I try to do 3 pictures. So I need another one, another 2 for the next part, if that makes sense. But yeah, this one was January, like a year ago now. Oh my god. Hammy.
Feliz año nuevo, criaturas del vacío sin nombre.
Gracias. Thank you, Hammy. Happy New Year to you as well. Found your stuff on Christmas. It's really cool. Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining. Hey, Nate. Howdy. How are you doing? Hey, Minty. Everybody who's joining. Thank you for the hype train. Oh my god. Which one of my favorite creatures parties the hardest? Clatterith. For sure. Clatterith is a party animal. Oh, we're gonna... Clatterith is actually exactly from the same month. It's also from January 2023. So... Good segue. Good segue, Anna. You know she'd go wild on New Year's Eve. Absolutely. So this is Clatterith, which we did to create some more lore around Googliel. Clatterith is a friend of Googliel's, and she's a demon who helped Googliel create new eyes for themselves. Let's see, what else is from January? Oh, you might remember these pieces. So these here are the cursed items that I worked on. I worked on most of those on stream for a book called the Dagon Collection, for a Lovecraftian themed inspired book, which is a series of short stories. And this I've had it on good authority that this is close to coming out. So hopefully soon in the next few months we'll have a printed version of this. I can't wait to actually have it in my hands. I've seen the just like the digital version of it, but I can't wait to have it printed. I made like 10 more than 10, 12 or so illustrations for this, and each of them is a cursed item in this sale. They're selling out a bunch of cursed items basically, and each of the short stories is like the auction catalog for them. So that's like the auction house taking pictures of all these cursed items. That was a concept for it. Really fun commission. One of my favorite commissions I've done. Hopefully that'll come out soon and y'all can get it. It's really good. Hey Rose. Hey Chester, welcome. The Bones Inn? No, that's way later in the year. That's a different thing. That's gonna be like that one I just showed you with the cursed items. That's gonna be a full book. That's a whole like a big collection of short stories by authors you probably know. Like there's some pretty big name horror authors in there. So yeah, hopefully more about that soon. This is the year that Val has been getting that bag. I've been getting some. I've got a couple of really good commissions this year. The one I can't talk about, that one. And then a bunch of really cool personal commissions as well. We'll be going through a couple of these. But we're still in January. Let's hop over to February, where I did the first pictures for Bean. So Bean, and we're going to be doing something about that around like midway this month. We actually rescued Bean on the... I can't say if it's the 17th or the 18th. I think it was the 17th evening. I'll have to check what the exact date is. That's gonna be the Beaniversary, and yeah, we're gonna celebrate that. We're gonna be doing some Bean edits, like a big celebration of our favorite kitty. Where's Bean? Where are you, Bean? He just went out right before the stream started. Hopefully he comes back soon. Bean. Vamos, eh? Calling him, see if it works. Anyway, early February, after I think it was a couple weeks after getting Bean, I did this series of pictures of just normal Bean. This is just what he looks like all the time. Hey Velcro, welcome. First time catching a stream. Welcome, it's great to have you. Hey Toxin, Happy New Year. Now the holiday's over, should be able to finish a certain commission from a certain streamer. Hell yeah, Soup. I can't wait. I'm really excited about that. Take your time though. Yeah, Soup is gonna do a little animated emote for the channel. You'll see. You'll see. Got some late Christmas presents for you in the operating room. Holy shit, presents? Valdevia copy pasta. Oh, I love this. I love this. Watch your tone. That's great. I love the animation. Holy fucking shit, is that a motherfucking Valdevia reference? Valdevia is the best artist ever. Big bugs, big bugs, big bugs, big bugs. Teriel, the best ship of all time. Drinking the fractal juice, drinking the fractal juice, drinking the fractal juice. Crab people, crab people. Where are we crawling? The guy that ran next to your car. Praise Bean. Everyone's here. I love it. I love the Alfredo. The trans flag. That's great. The text was found scrawled in a wall in a hidden room, tucked away deep within the house. Does this lead somewhere? It leads to another message. Oh, it's... I don't think it leads anywhere, Ben. Love that siphon. Tip jar. Sorry, I'm promoting my tip jar. It's just blue. Okay, okay. I figured because there was a Discord link below. House of Leaf reference. Yeah. So yeah, later this month we'll be doing I have to check the specific day. I think we'll be doing it on the 17th, that Wednesday stream, or on the 19th. We'll be doing a Beaniversary stream. Just gonna put a little reminder to check so I can plan forward and know which stream that's gonna be. But yeah, we'll be doing some more like this, I think. Just some fun. We'll be taking a look at a bunch of Bean pictures and doing something with them. Yeah, around February was also that time I did a 24-hour live stream. That was wild. I should redo that sometime. What I did is a subathon. So it started as 12 hours, but for every sub, I think here on Patreon, it kept, like time kept getting added to the clock. And it ended up being 24 hours. Actually stopped it at 24 hours. And then it, like the next stream, I did the rest of the hours. I don't know the exact length that was, but that was a really cool stream. And I did a bunch of stuff.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Cass. Thank you so much. Oh, so close to the full year. Thank you. So during that 24-hour stream, we did a chat creature, which has body parts from a lot of y'all. The concept is I ask you guys to send me like body parts, like eyes and mouths and hands and stuff. And then I combine them all into this horrible amalgam creature. That was fun. I like that. And then we had the horrible horrible concoctions I had to drink. The slipper. That was horrible. And then we also did, I think we did this full set of pictures in the same stream, although I might have worked on them after a little bit too. So this is a story about a spirit photographer who fakes spirit photos, as was custom at the time, but slowly he starts realizing there's an actual, apart from the spirits he introduces into the photos, there's an actual thing that starts to show up, and it gets clearer and clearer every time. One day he takes a self-portrait, and boom, there it is, and then he dies. Fun little story. I really enjoyed this one. Probably story-wise, one of my favorite of this year. I had just read a really fun book by Arthur Conan Doyle, a non-fiction book where he vehemently defended spirit photographers. Because if you don't know, Arthur Conan Doyle, writer of Sherlock Holmes, was a really big believer in the supernatural, and he really loved like spirit photography. So I had just read this book that was essentially just like spiritism drama from the time, about like people accusing the spirit photographer of being fake, and Arthur just comes in to the rescue. Fun book. It's called The Case for Spirit Photography, if you want to look it up. Anyway, that was inspiration for this little story. I was like, oh, wouldn't it be fun if there was one of these hoaxer spirit photographers who actually like started catching some kind of entity. Thank you, Velcro. Glad you like them. Pointing. That's my arm. Yeah. Can't sleep tonight. Decided to stop trying. Eldritch. I get you. As a fellow sleep disorder haver, I get you. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Wish a shadowy Victorian lady would follow you around. It would be good company, I think. Plot twist, he got married to the shadow lady. No, actually read the story. There's a mention that he started doing spirit photography after his wife died, and he claimed to have seen his wife in a photograph, and then he started like, using that story to create a business for himself. So the implication behind the story is that the ghost, the actual ghost that's following him, is his wife, is taking revenge, and who knows how she died, but it's the wife taking revenge, taking the ex-husband back to hell. It's not the only reading you could do of the story, but it's kind of an implication. If I was his wife, I'd haunt him too, goddamn. Hey, Cryptid. How you doing? So she's single. She is single. Any takers? Yeah, around February was also the time we did the Stereo poster. That was really fun. And then we did a bunch of images for, hold on, I'm closing images here because we got so many. I did this series of images that got turned into a little story. The prompt was censored. So it started with this ominous censored star. Then there's a second sun in the sky. Then a picture of an angel with a chiseled out face as the thing gets closer, and finally just a flock of birds, and absolutely nothing to look at here. That was another one that was really fun, really well received. I think one of the most popular things I've done from the year, which I'm really glad for, because it's like one thing I've been trying to do from time to time is have a set of images where there's no story, or just like barely a tiny string of story to tie it all together, and the images themselves tell the story. So the only thing there is to accompany these 4 images is a title, which is a day where nothing happened. So yeah, I'm glad that this sort of style works, right? Where I can tell a story with absolutely no words. And I think I would have worked stylistically too. So I'm really proud of this one. Out of my way, boys, I'm about to get it. Oh, well, thank you, Velcro. Is it single? Anna just flirting with all my creatures. I love that. Oh, thank you, Eldritch. Don't worry though, I'm on every other site. If you want to leave Twitter, I'm everywhere. I'm on Tumblr, I'm on Instagram, I'm also on Blue Sky, I'm also on Threads. Unfortunately, I don't like Threads. I have, one of the things I've done this year with like social media collapse looming and all these new ones popping up, and you don't know which one will be the next Twitter, if any of them. So what I've done is every time I have to post something, I will literally create... Oh wait, I can't show you my agenda because there's stuff you can't... There's spoilers. But I've literally done a checklist. Every time I post something, I put a bunch of like checklists with like the like a T for Twitter, the little camera logo for Instagram. Like I'll do little checklists, so I have to check them all manually, because otherwise I'll just forget. There's so many fucking social media sites. I am everywhere. You cannot escape me. Hey Mechtel, Happy New Year. I'm on MySpace, I'm on Walmart, I'm on NASA. Exactly. Mechtel, yes, tell everybody about... Yeah, Mechtel has a Terry Cheeks. I one day received a video on Discord. It's just Mechtel screaming with a package in their hands. It's like, oh, you got the mouse pad, didn't you? Hold on, there's new folks. There's new folks who don't know about the mouse pad. This is really important. Check this out. That only 10 of these exists. One of them is mine. One of them is Mechtel's. And the other 8, I'm just going to give them away over time. So whenever there's something to celebrate, I'm going to give away one of these. So that's why you should stay tuned to the streams. Look at that. Full 3D. The toxic relationship you have with Twitter. I getcha. You only follow people on Neopets now. Damn, I should make a Neopets account. The cheeks are so rotund that I accidentally grab a cheek instead of my mouse. I love that. You bungo them for stress release. I was having wrist pains due to excessive gaming, and the support of Terry's cheeks healed me. Yes. See, they will lift you up. Yeah, I also have Blue Sky codes. I have like 5 of them, I think. I think that's the max you can get. Anyway, let's keep going throughout the year. I also made a few like speculative biology things. This is a carnivorous plant that pretends to be a sunflower, and when birds come to peck the quote-unquote seeds, it just munches. So it's like, what if a Venus flytrap actually like preyed on larger animals, on like birds and stuff? If you put your hand in it, it'll bite it pretty hard. So it's not gonna kill you, but I like this sort of thing where it's like horror, but it's not like that directly threatening, if that makes sense. Aggro, thank you so much. 4 months already. Hell yeah. You could hook them chicks to a GameCube and play Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Hey Bean. Hey Bean. Come here. Hold on. Bean, pause. Bean. Okay, see? Look at he. Everyone say Happy New Year to Bean. We love him so much, don't we? Oh, he's falling asleep. He's literally falling asleep. First bean of the year. Oh yeah. So cute. There you go. Ooh, let me get my mouse bean. There we go. He's here. You've been beamed. And Mechtel has had to explain Terry, novelty mouse pads, and ritual algorithm sacrifice to 10 friends. I love that. I love that. That's very good. Hey, Bean. No cables. He's trying to bite cables.
Is such a sweet little baby.
Oh, he is. Oh, Bean is going crazy. He's running around now. Flower Sims nature horror. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I love. The type that is dangerous but just exists if you don't mess around. Exactly. Like, it can be dangerous to humans if you're stupid and you mess with it. But if you respect nature, it's not gonna hurt you, right? That's something I like. At their request, I did send the friend group a picture of Terry mousepads. One of them immediately sent it to another person with no explanations. I love that. Oh my god, Bean. He's literally just running. I'm still not on TV tropes. You're gonna create your page yourself. Hell yeah. I was like, I was gonna suggest people create a Wikipedia page for me as some sort of flex, but then I realized that the Midjourney people, they have created a whole list of artists to steal from, and they've stolen artists who either are on Wikipedia or created Magic the Gathering cards, and I think like a few other sources. And there's a whole list that they're using that's public now because they've used it in the lawsuit against them. And I'm thankfully not in there. I was like, oh, thank fuck I didn't ask anybody to create a Wikipedia article for me. Like, fuck that. Cartoonishly evil. Yeah. I hope they get sued. Like, they are getting sued, but I hope the lawsuit really works in the artist's favor. Because, yeah, that's infuriating. Yeah, around this time, we're on April now. We're jumping a little forward in the year. That's the time I played Dredge on stream. Really fun game where you fish monstrosities. We might actually do another Dredge stream at some point in the near future because there is an update with like a new area they added. So it would be fun to revisit Dredge, just see what kind of like fucked up fish they added. Because I love them. So yeah, this is one of my rare cases of fan art, and the devs from Dredge all saw it and they shared it, so it's really fun. Let's see, what else did we create around then? Oh yeah, the Tsuchinoko. Hell yeah, one of the best Japanese yokai. Sammy here. Look. You bought Dredge because of me during the winter sale. Oh, I hope you enjoy it. It's great. Need to multitask or you'll die. What are you up to, Anna? What you doing? And do I think I'll do the Dredge DLC? I don't know. I'll kind of reserve it for some day where I'm just like streaming late, or I have no ideas or no energy to do art. So I'm just like, I'll do a gaming stream. So no specific date as of now. The cat's sitting on it. Yes. Either playing Hades or reading a book. You gotta split your attention. Yeah, and this is this one's from May. I really enjoyed making this one. Its name is Battered Berry. This was a little design event. Hey Bean, what you... No, don't scratch the sofa, dude. We've been through that. This thing is called Battered Berry. It is a cursed toy with some kind of entity living in it. Just a normal toy that moves by itself, not creepy at all. And this was a design event that I do sometimes on the Patreon. Every so often, I'll do a little... the event will basically be like a series of questions and then polls that everyone can participate in if you're subscribed to the Patreon. And this is my plug. This is my plug. If you want to participate on the next one, which will hopefully happen sometime soon, hop into the Patreon. Any level works. We'll let you participate. So, yeah, it's basically like we'll start with a topic, and this one was like, let's design a creature, and I gave people like a bunch of categories to suggest things. So like, oh, what kind of material or texture is it made of? How does it act? So like we started combining a few of these things, and we ended up with this like cursed toy of flesh and metal. That was fun. And this all like eventually gets like distilled into a design, then we give it a name. And around that same time, also one of my favorite edits from this year, despite what happened when I posted it. So I had this, I was watching these old videos of like gnomes caught on camera, live footage, like, you know, this kind of found footage videos of just like tiny men running around, which I found to be one of the most funny things on the internet. And I was like, oh, I want to do something with that vibe. Like, I want to do something silly like that. That feels like a bit of found footage. I was like, what if a dog brought back a dead gnome like it's a squirrel? And I found this picture of a dog that looks really guilty. Give it a dead gnome. Well, apparently, and this is where it gets fucked up. I've talked about this, but if this is your first time hearing the story, you won't believe this. I posted it to Twitter. It got shared by a really big account, like Animals Going Goblin Mode or one of those. And it turns out that there was, around that same time, a Nazi dog whistle that was using gnome hunting for, you know, obvious, like what you can imagine they would do with that. And I got a few of those fuckers showing up in my comments, thinking I was doing the dog whistle. I had to block so many people, y'all. It was a really stressful day. I still really love this art. Despite that, I'm not letting them take that away from me. I still really enjoy it. I think it works. And yeah, fuck them. We're enjoying this. Dean, what you up to? It is on the iceberg chart, it is. These guys ruin everything. Well, I'm gonna let them ruin this. I still love killing folklore creatures. And talking about killing folklore creatures, from that same month, I did this sequel to the mermaid edits. I did this sequel to the mermaid edits from a couple of years ago. Might be 3 already. And yeah, it's like a whale fall, but with a mermaid. Bean is just... Okay, there are some... We had to put some cushions and stuff there. and he just found out that they have a little thingy. So he's playing with that. I can't let him. Don't do that, Bean.
Valdebles, Valdebles, Valdebles.
Thank you so much, Spacey. 7 months. Hell yeah. First VAF stream of the year. Seeing the gnome. The gnome. Gnome killing dogs are anti-Nazi, exactly. Oh, little Bean. What are you doing? Hey, stop that. Uh-oh. So yeah, that adds to the body count of folklore creatures I've killed. Whoops. And here's another really fun one from that time. This was a commission from someone on Patreon who asked me to do a cyborg, but in the 1910s, around that era. So I made this guy who got stitched together with a bunch of radio equipment, and half of his face is just entirely radio, and he died. He obviously dies really quickly of a sepsis, unexpected sepsis, very unexpected. But yeah, that was fun, and I enjoyed doing the text here. This was actually using my grandpa's old typewriter, and while I was writing this, and you can literally see this, while I was writing, it was literally running out of ink. So the first part is like way darker than the last part, and you can see it's like running out of ink slowly. So I actually think that added to the effect. Hey, what are you doing? Do that. Huh? Criminal. I have caught a criminal. Where do you send your defense, Bean? He's looking for ways to escape. You want to escape, dude? You're caught by the law. I will see you in court. He's innocent. No, Bean. He's obsessed with those. I'm gonna have to put them away. Armored core, basically armored core. Thank you, Spacey. You too. I suggested not Calabi. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce that one. Yeah, that's a really cool one. One of my favorites, problematic. He's a criminal. No, he's innocent until proven guilty. Aren't you, Bean? Don't smell the cushions. I see where you're going with this. Don't bite it. You can smell. You can't bite though. Okay? Good. Is that a googly eye on my headphones? Yeah. I'm praising googly eye every day I put this on. Is my son eating furniture? He is. Okay, so around that same time, that was May, I was making the third part to the Terry series. Recently I made the fourth one. So that has been progressing pretty well. And here's another really fun one I did around the same time. This was a commission for Ocean Man, who has commissioned so many things for me. And this is his little character called Caster, little magician guy who has a really long finger. He casts, they cast spells with, and the story is that I caught them stealing an egg from the fridge, and they look at me and cast a sleep spell. So that's why in the second picture I'm falling down. Just got sleep spelled. Oh yeah, we did some fun Pride Month edits. Really like this one with the rainbow flag. It's probably like my favorite Pride Month found footage Pride flag edit I've done. This time it got people really angry, like some really big transphobes and homophobes that found it, and so it actually worked. It scared the bigots so bad, to the point where it got my account shadow banned because I assume a lot of them reported me. And it's Elon's Twitter, you know. Hey Bean, don't bite. We've been through that. Come on, think about something else. So yeah, that was fun. Account shadow banned. And this is the one we were talking about for the oh, this is the final one. There we go. This is the bone jewelry ad that I made for a little zine that's getting organized in the Discord. The whole idea around the zine was bone magic. An artist who's running the zine commissioned me to do something for it. So I made this old newspaper ad for bone jewelry. And yeah, there's some like phalanx earrings, a jaw tiara, and a vertebra necklace. That was really fun. Oh, here's another one I enjoy from, what was it, August? This is the Chupacabra. We also ended up making a second Chupacabra. It's a Chupacabras. Different take on the same creature. But yeah, this was a more like speculative biology take, where the Chupacabra is this bat, like a descendant from bats that lost the ability to fly and kind of became more of an ambush hunter, kind of like a coyote or something. But still sucks blood. So that one was a lot of fun. What else did we create around that time? Hold on, I lost my place here. Caked up cryptids. Yeah, oh, I missed to say another. Earlier in the year, I also did the lovely ass frogman. That was fun. I always pronounce zine as zine? Is that how you mean? Never a zine. It's like magazine, right? It's a zine. Is that how you say it? I don't know. I might have said it wrong all my life. Just in time for trans rights. It's always trans rights time. Oh yeah. I missed one of my favorites from the year. I just had this very silly idea. All of a sudden, where it's like, wouldn't it be funny if scientists brought back trilobites? And I made this image of a press conference where it's a scientist holding up trilobites and everyone's fucking losing it. Just like, holy fuck, trilobites are back. So that's what I made. This is actually from a NASA conference originally. And this guy's, I think, is a NASA chief, or one of the NASA chiefs. And holding a trilobite. And a bunch of them in an aquarium below. And people are wearing like trilobite head thingies. Say the Earth was theirs, let's give it back. Their 252 million year slumber is over. Trilobites are back. Their extinction was a cosmic mistake that we intend to correct. We have released 5 million trilobites into oceans worldwide in parallel with this announcement. I don't know. I like being silly sometimes. We did it, guys. Newly wept. I love sea critters. Yeah, I'm glad people enjoy the silly trilobite edits. That was a lot of fun. Okay, here's another one that I actually worked on for a long time, and but posted in August. This is the glitch collection. It's 4 images, so kind of similar to the one Bean just ran out all of a sudden. Kind of similar to the earlier collection I did with the censored theme. This one was with the theme glitch. And the whole idea was that during 15 seconds, suddenly all the physics on Earth broke, and then just snapped back to normal. It was kind of just like a weird blip in physics. And I did like little things like this bird, just a little songbird crossing the sound barrier. These speed limit signs just showing an overflow error where they go into the negative, kind of like, you know, happens in video games where if you go into the positive too much, it kind of rolls back into the negatives. And this one where gravity breaks and all the water in a lake just becomes a bubble because of surface tension. Bro's ping is astronomical. Exactly. So yeah, that was fun. That was a fun little sequence. Hold on, I'm gonna close all these images because I got so many open. The Warb. Then yeah, around that time I was doing a bunch of personal commissions for you guys. This one was for Leo Cryptid, or Lord Cryptid here in chat. This was a little blob creature that eats things and instantly dissolves them. So it's a sequence of 2 images. And the moment it detects the rat head, it just plonk, gets it and instantly dissolves it into a skeleton. This one was again for Ocean. I really enjoyed making this one because it's like I'm not even gonna try to be like found footage for this one. I am just gonna do something that looks cool, and which is not usually what I do. Sometimes I try to do that, but this was like, hey, let's like throw like realism out the window and just make something. That was fun. And here's another Ocean Man commission. Oh yeah, why not? This one is found footage. There's a creature called Moon Man who looks like glow in the dark stickers and has gecko arms. That was fun. Oh, here's another silly one. I guess this was the silly era in the year, like around August, September. This one was a silly joke that Lou said in my friend Lou at Lucef on Twitter, or hold on, also Lucef on here. I'm gonna do a shout out, so you all follow her. You should, you must go follow Lou. So I was on the stream with Lou and Q, and she suggested that I should make an edit where it's like a fax machine attached to a grave that can speak with the dead, and the dead just says, "I'm hungry." Anyway, just turn this into this little ad. That was fun. And here's another one. This one was a commission for Laos. Laos Grouse here in chat. I think Laos must be sleeping around this time. But the idea was to make the Woolly Bear Fair, which is an actual thing in some places of the United States, where every year they celebrate these caterpillars. But I'm making like a past version of this event where they actually bred giant caterpillars, and they had this competition to see who had the biggest ones. So I called this the Fuzzy Pageant, and they all have these big caterpillars. They're parading them. Woolly Bear Fair. So it was a big bug edit, unrelated to Megalomorpha, but a big bug edit nonetheless. Okay, we're already around September. This was, I would say, like the summer was for me the least active part of the year art-wise. I was making some stuff in the background, which like the list I'm currently going through is just like the list of stuff I finished. So we'll actually go back and see some of the stuff I was actually making while in this less active part of the year, like around the summer and in September and stuff. Like I didn't post that much, but I was making stuff in the background. One of the ones I posted was this fun little toad shaman. That was another commission. And oh yeah, when the Mexican Congress invited these guys who claimed to have a dead alien that was so clearly fake, I was like, oh, it would be extremely funny if I just made a live version of it and it looks exactly the same. Like they were actually alive this whole time. So I just took one of them, I puppeteered it into this pose and put it in an abandoned building. Holy shit, it's real. Do these ones make you itch if you touch them? No, they stab you. Those little bristles. Like imagine the size of them, each bristle, if it's that like adult human size, it would probably stab you real bad. So you gotta be careful around them. Don't let them roll over you. Real. He's real. He was real all along. You guys doubted it. Oh, this was a book cover I did for J.R. Santos, who is Customer Care Skeleton here in chat. Say hi if you're here today. For their short story collection called We Living Failures. It's this little mutant kid. It's behind me. It's right there. Kind of small, but... And now the camera is out of focus. Come on, get in focus, camera. Okay, you can see it better now. And... Oh yeah, okay, this one was in October. We suddenly had this silly idea with my friends in a Discord server to take this completely astroturf a creepypasta, and we all started simultaneously talking about this guy called the Ticket Taker, and we all made a bunch of Ticket Taker faces, and it looks really silly, but I think that's part of the fun. I made this old blog post, or no, not blog post, forum post. Reply, Ticket Taker? I thought you guys were kidding, but I just saw him tonight. Holy fuck. Never going to my local cinema again. This creep was following me the whole movie. This is one of my old edits from when I was a kid. And here's the creep. So if you ever wonder what the Ticket Taker was, it was a fun little meme. You gotta set up that's what we should have done. We should have started posting it to TikTok. I think it would have caught on better. So, now we're getting to okay, so around this time, this was October, like end of September, October, and pretty much ever since until now, I've been working on this one commission I can't tell you about. Very sorry, but hopefully soon. I've done hold on, I'm doing a quick count in my head. I think that is around 25 images for this commission, 25 illustrations, which is a lot. So obviously I was very busy mostly over the month of October. That's where I did most of them. But then I did a fair amount in November and a few in December, and I still got 2 left to do. So really big and hefty commission, and I'll hopefully be able to show you more soon. But at the end of October, since I hadn't had time to do a lot of streams because of this big commission, which had like pretty tight deadlines, so I had to like focus on it for a while. So at the end of October, I decided to do a week of Halloween stream marathon where I did 1 edit every single day for a week. And the stuff that came out of that was really fun, to be honest. This is some of the stuff I made. I made this one, which might have been my most popular post of the year. I don't know. I haven't really checked the numbers, but it was definitely up there. And I'm glad people enjoyed it that much, because it's pretty much just a drawing, which I don't usually just do a drawing. I usually use photos a lot more. In this case, the only photo things that exist here are these little folds you can see here. Like there are some little folds kind of all around, like on the chin, the neck. Those are Sphinx cat textures. So little Mortys. But the rest is just drawn. So there was just a little bit of texture bashing on top. And yeah, I'm really proud of it. Some of the other stuff I did was my new self-portrait, which is now my profile pic, hopefully everywhere. I think I might have forgotten a few places here and there. But I shroomed myself like I did for the mycelium infection lady. Yeah, I'm proud of this one. I think it's fun, and it was high time I updated my own photo. This one here is an avalanche creature, which I kind of took some inspiration from the Slide Rock Bolter, which is some this story from like this kind of folklore story from American lumberjacks, where this big fish waited on the top of mountains, and when someone came down, it slid down the side of the mountain to eat them. I combined that with the fact that the National Park Service in the US purchased a bunch of artillery guns and used them to trigger avalanches in a lot of parts, a lot of like ski stations and like national parks around the country. This is done in a lot of other places too. But the funny part is that they purchased a lot of them from military surplus after World War II, and it was like, oh, wouldn't it be funny to combine that, like the story that they're provoking avalanches using artillery and this creature, to combine it into they were hunting it. So there we go. That's what I made. These are actual artillery guns that the National Park Service used. Some of them were mounted on cars. Hi, Spade. So yeah, that was fun. This one, and I guess a warning for a few seconds here. I will tell you, if you don't like trypophobia, just look out of the screen, scroll down for a couple seconds. I'll tell you when to scroll back up. This one was another body horror, medical horror thing. Called it the spittle frog, and it's this frog that lays its eggs in the back of your mouth, and just waits there. They wait there to hatch, and then they pop up, and they look like this. They're just tiny little froggies. Okay, if you were scrolling down, you can scroll back up now. There's no more trypophobia. That was another fun one. Throat codes. This one, and the whole Halloween week concept was every day I would do the edit would be themed after one of my own fears. So this one's thalassophobia, like the fear of deep water. and that sensation when you go over like the deep part of the water and you can't, your feet can't touch the ground anymore. Again, this like feeling that there might be something below you. So that's what I did here. Kind of a representation of that fear. It made me itch so bad. Okay, and this one was, I tried to do a take on a vampire. I called this bird the bloodpecker, and it's based on actual birds. There's a vampire finch and the oxpecker that do this in real life. These birds will go to their hosts. In the case of the oxpecker, it's large mammals in the savannah and stuff, and they will they initially just cleaned ticks and parasites off of these. So people thought, oh, these aren't just like mutualist birds. They're kind of symbiotic. They help the big animal take care of parasites, and they get some food out of that. But scientists more lately have been looking closer at them, and they realize that they do eat a lot of ticks, but they also straight up just pinch the animals and draw blood and just directly feed off the blood. At some point, an enterprising young oxpecker figured out that you could cut out the middleman and drink the blood directly out of your host, and they became parasites. Isn't that a fantastic story? That mirrors capitalism so well. But I just really like the idea of like a bird being a parasite, which does happen. Like there's so few cases of bird parasites in real life, but it does happen. I was like, oh, it would be fun if there was one that specialized in humans. So I made this one, bloodpecker. And the way I wrote it, it doesn't specialize in humans, but it does go after a lot of like bigger mammals, and among them humans. And the idea is that in its saliva, it produces some like numbing agents.
You already saw the Black Pyramid.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. That's a good one. Think smarter, not harder, exactly. Yeah, if you're interested, look up oxpeckers or vampire finches. Those are the two birds that do this that I know of. There might be more. Anyway, the idea, the speculative idea behind this one I made up is that it will produce like a numbing agent in its saliva. So it'll peck you, and with the peck, it'll introduce that saliva that makes you numb to the feeling. So you won't actually feel more than a little pinch, while it actually is drinking blood from you. Jay the Punslinger, thank you so much for the follow. Also, Goat and Exile Soap. I missed a couple follows. Sorry. You guys, thank you so much for the follows. Then, can't show you that one here. This is another commission I did for Ocean. This was the latest commission I did for Ocean. This is a character called Star Baby, and just lying down on the ground. It fell on Earth, poor thing. And we're getting to the end of the year. I haven't shown everything I've done. Obviously, I've been skipping through, just showing stuff I've enjoyed the most from the year. This is another Japanese cryptid. No, not Japanese cryptid, sorry. A Japanese folklore creature, yokais. This one's called the Umibozu, and it is... Well, that's actually the last thing I did on that Halloween marathon. This one was suggested by Mechtel. The whole idea for the last day on the Halloween marathon is I would do a human sacrifice. So I would sacrifice someone to the algorithm gods by banning them from the channel for a month. That was Mechtel. And they would tell me their biggest fear. In exchange, I would use their biggest fear to create something. So Mechtel told me was like isolation in the sea. I was like, oh, I'm going to combine that into this group of isolated people in an oil platform witnessing this horrible like creature, this thing coming out of the water. And actually went through a couple different things until I landed on this one and decided to lean into the yokai angle to create this this reference to the umibozu, which is they're called the sea monks. They're these just black figures, enormous figures that rise up out of the water and predict when a big storm is gonna come. I springboarded over a vague prompt so well, thank you. It wasn't originally umibozu, yeah. But we did come across that concept in the stream. You know, sometimes you start with a concept and you realize, and similar thing happened with the slide rock bolter here. The whole concept was doing like, oh, I'm gonna do a creature that's kind of like hiding inside an avalanche. And you know, you're trying to do this concept and you're talking with chat. People start suggesting, oh, this reminds me of the slide rock bolter. And like, oh yeah, we can actually like combine that, like fold that into the story. So it ends up like getting new layers of meaning. I really like that. It's kind of a, you know, you start with a concept and then slowly you find more and more. Yup, megalophobia, stuff like that scares me so bad. Oh, thank you. You saw that out there, you're praying. It was originally that big guy that was laying on its side on the earlier image. Not strictly, but it was going to be something more similar to this, yes. But I do enjoy the one we ended up with more. And yeah, we're getting to December. Okay, so in December I was also working on that commission, so I didn't do like as much personal art, but the ones I did I really enjoyed. This one here is the 4th part of the Terry series. If you haven't been following the Terry series, let me... Do I have a Terry command? I do! Okay, so you can follow the Terry series by clicking the link in the chat. The story so far is that this giant meat planet visited Earth. It got really close to Earth and it actually reproduced on Earth. The way it reproduces is it gets really close to a planet, to its like new host planets. It kind of grazes a really close radius to the new planet, where the gravity itself will tear off chunks of the meat planets and make them fall on, in this case, Earth. Then these little chunks of meat that have survived the re-entry, like the entry burn into the atmosphere, will kind of reactivate. They will start growing, eating anything that's organic from around them, and fusing with each other and creating these ever-growing masses of meat. The Terry, like the Shipetotic organism, the species, is no more than like a super organism formed by all these like individual cells of meat, essentially, that combine and then specialize into different tissues. So in this part of the story, it's already like taking over land, because at first it started mostly growing underwater where humans couldn't get to them and kill those chunks of meat. So they started just growing and growing underwater, and eventually slowly taking over the land. And here they're trying to do like a controlled burn so that it can't advance, but obviously it is still advancing. So the next part of the Terry series, I think we're gonna get an aerial view of like a big chunk of the Earth being covered already. The frog eyes, yes. Terry has frog eyes. Those guys are way too close. It wouldn't grow as fast as to like eat these guys immediately, right? It's not like growing, like if you just watch it for a while, you'll see it pulsate and stuff, but it won't be constantly growing. So this person, if they see, they'll have time to run away, right? It's not a quick death. Where's the cheek dub version? Oh, I don't have it saved. I think you have it. I think you might be the only one who has it, Anna. I'll have it on the PSD, but that would be slow to open. Then this was my Christmas edits. This is based on the lyric, "He sees you while you're sleeping." And yeah, I've been doing, if you haven't seen, I've been doing every year for, I think this is the 4th one. So for 4 years now, every year I've been doing creepy Santa edits, where it's like me trying to obtain evidence of this home intruder that gets, this creature that gets into my house every year, and every year it gets angrier at me. I think next year I'm gonna try to trap it, and it's gonna fail, obviously, but like maybe a bear trap or something. I don't know. I still, we have 1 year to figure it out. The idea of getting backed into a corner by Terry and waiting as it slowly advances to finally eat you. Yes, I love that. The NORAD Santa tracker. Yeah, that's fun. That's cute. And this was the last edit I did of the year. I didn't stream it because I was back at my parents and I was working on this old computer which only has 16 gigs of RAM. It can handle streams. It can handle Photoshop if I don't make the files too big. Problem is, it gets really slow after a while of using Photoshop. So every few minutes I have to save the document. Like it starts getting super, super slow. So I have to save the document, close Photoshop, wait for all the RAM to empty up and all the scratch disk to empty up. And then I have to reopen it. And it's a whole slow process. I was like, I could have streamed, but I was like, this would be painful. It's painful for me to do, so it would be painful for y'all to watch. But what I did was this little secret Santa gift. Also, I couldn't have streamed this specific edits because it is a secret Santa, so I couldn't have spoiled it for the one who received it. This one's for Rachel Goldfinger, who makes really cool art, and she made these photo edits of a kid near a pool with his head just growing out of the frame, just like a liquefy tool thing, and I really enjoyed it. So I decided to take that concept and turn it into a little story. Again, going for that same idea I did a couple times this year, where it's a series of 4 images with barely any story, just like a little bit of context, and the images tell the whole story. So the only context for this was a title, which was "Don't Go Into the Pool." And it starts with these two, and these 2 kids as well. This 3rd image, just like everyone waiting on the side of the pool, as these two heads grow further and further. We keep zooming out, and the final image is the pool is closed. Just a close shot of the pool closed, and in the horizon in the back, coming out of like other places, there's these huge masses of whatever came out of these stretched heads. Huge masses floating in the sky. I don't know, that was fun. I was about to not blur it, but I think it works better being blurry because it adds to the mystery, right? We're never seeing how far it goes. We're only seeing, like, it always gets cut off at the edge of the frame. So yeah, that one's I posted it just yesterday. I didn't see how well it did. I did pretty well. Let me self-retweet. It looks perfectly normal to you? Yeah, that's normal pool shit. This is so fucking normal. So that was the last edit I did of the year. Let's close a few things and show some of the stuff that hasn't been released yet. I think Pine Chat asked me to show the first edits for a commission. I think they commissioned from me. Let me find it here. I have been working on the second one, by the way. I'm sorry I've been so slow. It's just been this really big commission that's been eating up all my time. There's going to be more. It's going to be another one of those like 4-image stories. And it starts with these people finding a huge pyramid in the snow. And they're going to explore it, and then they're all going to die. Can't wait for that. You guys will see. What else? Let me show you some of the other stuff I worked on. I worked on some stuff for the Fractal series that is still yet to be released. This one will be in the next part, probably. I still haven't organized exactly how the parts are going to be ordered, but if you remember on the latest part, latest published part of the Fractal series, it's people just basically like war in the streets, basically, between the fractalized population and like the security forces, right? Like police and stuff trying to contain them, kind of quarantine them, basically. And the fractalized people, you know, they get desperate and they start just using the fractal itself as a weapon to like break out of these containments. So there's like, it's like the violence part of the Fractal series. After this, the violence is gonna stop. It's gonna slow down as like most of the population gets fractalized, and it's like it makes no sense anymore to try to contain the spread of it. Like everyone's affected pretty much. So, you know, there's like the calm after the storm, and people start just putting all their resources together to build these giant megastructures, these giant fractals. So this is the one I did. I want to make a couple more like this. I don't know exactly what the shape they will take, which is why I haven't made the rest yet, but it's going to be a couple other pictures like this. This is going to be the main one, so I don't know if they'll be like as big as this. It might be like smaller close-ups, but we'll see. Then I did something from later in the Fractal series where everybody's starting to die because of the fractal. Like it'll just keep, like, if you got your face fractalized, it'll keep multiplying it until, you know, there's no space for your brain and you'll just die from it, right? So eventually, like, everybody just starts dying in mass and humanity gets wiped out. After that, we're going to do a big jump into the future. I'm going to spoiling the whole Fractal series for you. I'm sorry. There's going to be more. Like, the whole fun of it is the visuals, right? So there's still visuals that are yet to be made. But way later on, I'm going to jump. The epilogue for the Fractal series is going to be millions of years into the future. And we're going to see Earth, like, just kept going. Humans didn't, but Earth just kept going. And it just adapted, lived with the fractal. So since we started the Fractal series with a fish, this horrible, sad-looking, deformed fish, I was like, wouldn't it be a beautiful end to just to tie the whole story together, to end with another fish? But this time, it's kind of like beautiful and graceful. It's like adapted to the fractal, so it still has that Mandelbrot shape and a bunch of fins and stuff, but it's now, you know, enough time has passed where it's adapted to its environment. Same with lily pads. What's up, Spacey? You missed so much. These haven't been posted anywhere publicly. These are only between you and me. Don't spoil it for anyone else. Do you remember the names? I don't. I also did Fractal Mountains. I kind of wanted this. I experimented with a lot of 3D fractal programs that generate 3D fractals. I wanted something that looked pretty organic. And I found this one that just created these spirals and seashells looking things. I wanted something that felt kind of like a mountain, but when you start looking closer at it, you start realizing there's all these repeating spiral patterns on them all over the place. And some of them look kind of like seashells. I was like, oh, that might be a nice, just like a landscape shot. So that one's gonna go with the fish. Would carcinization play into the fractal verse? The crossover of a generation. So yeah, that's jumping into the future of the fractal series. That was some of the stuff I did during the summer. When it looked like I wasn't posting a lot, I was actually just doing a lot of background work, and trying not to focus as much on just like posting for the sake of it. I was like, let me actually like plan longer stuff out. So I've just like set a lot of foundations in terms of the fractal series, where I'm like, you know, there's like the barrier for each of these new parts. Since I have the main image for each of these new parts already done, and I have it written too, the barrier is just creating a couple more extra images, because it's 3 images per part on fractal, and we're done. So I just gotta like figure out which of these images. It's gonna be one of the future streams. Like I think one of the streams in the next couple weeks we're gonna do fractal for sure. I also worked a little bit more on this Megalomorpha artist story, but yeah, hopefully we'll see more about that one soon. I'm really excited. It's probably my favorite Megalomorpha story ever. And I also did some work on the other Megalomorpha story as I was planning, which, I don't know, this one's, I'm more frustrated with this one, with the visual side of it. I don't know if I love this picture. I might just rework it. But yeah, this one's the big fly. I really like this one, but I don't love the one inside the tower. It's kind of blurry and I don't know. I'll have to work more on it. Quality over quantity, exactly. Remember, chat. This is all real, exactly.
Keep it up, bro. This is amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. Bye. Those skulls look kind of big. Hey, come on. You don't tell people they got a big head. What else from this year? Oh, there's some like rejected stuff that I have never posted. I actually, when I was working on the censored series, I actually did a few more images that I just wanted to do like different types of censoring. But then they didn't fit. I ended up going for the story with like the angel coming down. And these ones got kind of rejected. But I like this one a lot. It's this reflection, this wrong reflection that someone has scratched out. I might remove the scratches and just have like the wrong reflection. And because I still want to salvage something out of this one, because I like it. Like, I don't want to leave stuff done with just like unfinished like that. Welcome back, sorry. So yeah, this one's just like something I did that has just been sitting on my desktop for so long. I think one day I might just try and think of like maybe other like reflection related things, like wrong reflections basically, so that I can pair it with this one and just make it into a little collection. Or I might just post this one on its own and maybe remove the scratches so it's more obvious that the reflection is looking at you and it makes no sense. So yeah, we'll see what I do with that. This one was another one, just like this scratched out person that's kind of glowing, like something's glowing and distorting the photo, and it's been scratched out, and it has kind of the shape of the person. I like this one. It kind of ended up becoming the last, like the concept of this, of the like something being scratched out, and it's like you can see it's glowing, right? It's shining out of the censored area. It kind of ended up becoming hold on, I'm trying to find censored. This one here, right? It's like the precursor, the same idea applies here. So I don't think I can really reuse this one because it's kind of the same thing. but it's a glowing man, glowing person. The eyes are just barely visible around the scratch. Yeah. That was fun to make. Just leave like just that little bit of evidence. The Val's cool. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what I'll do with that. And let's see. Did I do anything else that I missed? We got some other unfinished things. I did this one. Can't forget the latest part in the booty cryptids. I haven't posted it yet because I have promised I will post this one when I reach 190,000 followers on Twitter. I think like 188. There's like 2,000 away. Growth on Twitter is really slow ever since Elon took over because people are leaving the site all the time. So who knows if I'll ever get there before the whole website goes bankrupt, which will happen sooner or later. Who knows? Will it exist? Will I reach 190 before it exists? Before it stops existing, possibly. Who knows? Or it gets sold off. I think more likely if it goes bankrupt, it'll just get sold off for parts, but we'll see. Wasn't there a video? Oh yeah, I did this little video. That was also playing around with the censored prompts. So around the same time as that series of 4 images. This is the one.
Okay.
It's just family gathering. Something censored in the corner. And you can see it move. That was fun. That was fun to make. Hold on. Just to show you, there's a frame where you can see the creature. There it is. It just pops up for one frame before it moves to the other one. Kind of like that. The one who did the sensor bar kind of missed one frame. And then if you scroll through this one, there's a hand that shows up and then retreats back in. Thank you, Valkyra. So yeah, that was a quick review of 2023. I think it's a year where I did more background stuff. Like there definitely in terms of like art I posted. I think there's less in 2022. I haven't really done the full comparison, but just like vibes wise, I'm pretty sure of it. And so yeah, I definitely posted less, but I probably ended up doing just as much. Just a lot of it was background work, and that one big commission that was like 20 something images, which you will see soon, I hope. Yeah, really excited for that. This video makes me really freaked out for some reason. Well, thank you.
What will be the game plan for 2024? Love what you've done so far.
Thank you so much. Okay, so 2024. I got how do you call these? It's not New Year purposes. It's help me out, chat. I did say it on the resolutions. I forgot the name of those. Thank you, chat. I got New Year's resolutions. And in terms of like art wise, one of the ones I have is finish the Fractal series. As you've seen, I've already planned out the whole thing. I got images up to the very end of it. It's just like getting down, doing the dirty business of it, like the other images, which is filler. It's not really filler, but they're not the main images of each part. In each part, I want to have like 1 more striking images and 2 that give it a little bit more context, if that makes sense. So it's just like doing those 2 parts for each part of the series. Do that 3 times. So it's definitely a doable thing. Just like let's finish Fractal. I want to like finish and release 3 parts of Megalomorpha. As you probably know, Megalomorpha has no like planned ending. It's just like as long as I have stories to tell, I will be making them. I got 2 of them that I showed you the works in progress for. Those have been in the works for literally a year, both of them. But yeah, I got to release those 2, and then at least another one. I got 2 other ideas for after those 2 that I haven't really started working on because I don't want to like just keep starting things and never finishing the ones I've done before. So I want to finish after I finish those 2, do at least one more, and yeah, I got 2 ideas. One of them is gonna be a Megalomorpha that's in a lighthouse, kind of attracting people, and it's a firefly. And the other one is Pompeii related. I was in Pompeii this year. I was like, oh, this would be a really cool setting for a Megalomorpha piece, where they do one of those molds and they find this weird insectoid thing, or this pupa, right? The mold of a pupa that died in Pompeii, and they find in this like weird temple or this weird building that has paintings on the walls, and we can do something with the paintings and the molds. That's a perfect setup, like visually, for a story. What about ziggurats? That ties in to okay, I got a kind of a more collab project that I'm working on. Not ready to announce it yet, but it's gonna be real cool if we get it to work. But I am gonna reserve the ziggurat series to release in that format. So it's gonna take a different format. It's gonna look a little bit different to what it was originally conceived as, but I'm gonna say like a bit more like Ted the Caver, if that makes sense. I just want it to exist somewhere online, like just on its own place, and just let it be this self-contained story that takes place in someone's website, if that makes sense. That's what I'm planning for the ziggurat. Okay, Velcro, thank you so much for being here. Hope I see you on the next one. Isopod Megalomorpha? Wrong. Megalomorpha can't be isopods. Isopods are crustaceans, first of all. Megalomorphae, plural, are all the individuals on that species are based on insects from the Holometabola, I think that's how you pronounce it, family or order of insects. These are the insects that go through full metamorphosis. So the ones that have larva, pupa, adult stages, 3 distinct stages, and not like a series of like nymphs. So it includes a lot of cool insects, but no mantises, no. Here's Bean Cam, first Bean Cam of the year. He's sneezing. Hell yeah, dude, go for it. Hell yeah. Anyway, just insects that go through full metamorphosis. Those are the ones we use for Megalomorpha, because Megalomorpha has a lot of like a lot of the themes that are covered in the stories have to do with metamorphosis. That's why I kind of locked it down to these types of bugs. What's Ziggurat? Oh, Ziggurat is a series I worked on in 2022 and then never released because I didn't know how to release it. But it's a whole series about exploring. Just gonna kind of scroll through it real quick here. It's a whole series about exploring this giant underground sprawling thing that I found under my house, and it starts kind of backroomsy, right? You're going through these giant spaces. It starts very industrial, but as you keep going down and down, it starts getting more abstract and more like brutalist, and it's just like I just made a bunch of edits of weird spaces. I had a lot of fun with it. And keeps going down and down and down and down. Keeps always over the abyss. And eventually gets really weird. It's gonna get kind of psychological. That's kind of part of the story. And eventually escapes. Well, this will make no sense to you, but it's part of the story. So there you go. You've seen that now. Pretty much all the images. Tio Alfredo is megalomorph, yes. Mosquitoes are part of the holometabole. So they are insects that go through larva pupa and adult stages. Hey Johnny, good to see you. Happy New Year. So, yeah, Ziggurat, I don't know when I'll release it. I don't know the exact form, but I do have this plan for releasing it. And as part of a larger thing, larger project. So more about that as it happens. Actually, one of my resolutions for this year is getting that project running. So I'm not going to talk about it yet because its final shape is still taking form. But we'll see. We'll see. I think it might be cool. Yeah, another important resolution that's really important, like important to the stream, is I want to be more constant with the streams. Like I don't want to skip as many as I did this year. This year, obviously, for like October and stuff, I had a really good reason. I was working on this big commission, and it was just like a lot of work, a lot of images, in a really concentrated time frame. So I had to kind of drop the streams so I would be able to finish them because deadlines. So obviously bearing that sort of thing, and obviously taking breaks, vacations, that sort of thing. I don't want to burn myself out for obvious reasons, but I want to always try to aim for 3 streams a week. Get that, like, try to get that as much as I can, except for like exceptional circumstances, if that makes sense. So yeah, hopefully we're better at that this year. And yeah, I also, one of my other resolutions for this year is I want to branch out. I want to do stuff that I haven't tried yet. I want to experiment with storytelling formats. I want to media, like doing more video stuff would be an example, where I want to do like that little video I did last year. Doing more stuff like that, and also taking some of my existing stories and turning them into a video format, just like turning my archive of images. You're making a series of that?
Hey, I'm making a series for that XD.
For what? Oh, you got inspired by my Megalomorph series, and it's in your writing. Why do you feel bad about that? Inspiration is amazing. I really feel flattered. Like, I think the most flattering thing someone can tell me is I was inspired by something you did, and I made something on my own. And just like, I love that. I think that's fantastic. That's how art works. That's how inspiration works. So that's beautiful. And I thank you for that, Pay. Branch out like a federal fractal. A federal fractal. This is the year I go back to surreal art. You know, he's terrified of his own abilities. No, I love horror. I love horror and its many forms. I would say I don't do the scariest horror. I just want to do interesting horror, if that makes sense. I don't know. I hope it does make sense. Anyway. I was saying, one of the things I want to do for this year is turn some of my like archive of stuff I've done over the years, and do some just like little videos where it's the image itself, just a single scroll through of the image as I narrate the story, and got some backing music. Just, I want to start something with something simple, achievable, right? It was like, I just want to learn how to do video, right? Learn how to edit video. So I'm gonna start with like short stuff that is achievable. I can do with my current abilities perfectly. It's just like putting some time aside, do some narration, putting some time aside to do some video editing. I already got some music commissioned for that purpose. So yeah, and that will also allow me to branch out, just, you know, post that on YouTube, post that on TikTok, post that on Instagram Reels, allow me to be elsewhere than Twitter, because, you know, collapse. Thank you for the safe reminder, although I haven't really started. And hey, Dorothy. I do the most interesting horror? Well, thank you. You mean the stories you've been writing really branch out? Oh yeah, okay, makes sense. Interesting and cool horror is the best horror, exactly. Every time I look at one of my pieces, I scream. Leaving a Valdevia shaped hole. So yeah, that's another one of my resolutions, is branch out in like media, like stuff I want to explore, and branch out in terms of like where I post my stuff, where I can reach different people, new people, you know, do all that sort of thing. There's one thing that, you know, I've seen people do YouTube videos talking about my work that get really good views, and I'm like, that could be me. That could be me talking about my own work, and I would be my own voice. So it's like, you know, it's more like direct from the source, and yeah, I could be the one talking about my own work. Does that make sense? Like, I hope I know there's a lot of people in like other places who like my work or who've never seen it but might like it. So like, I got to think about like branching out in that sense. I don't know. I am scared of TikTok though, very. So those are my resolutions for the new year in terms of, oh, and there's also another one. I want to collab with cool people.
Also in your work to my fam. They love it.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, I also want to collab with cool people. Just in general, I don't have any specific plans for that. Which is like, I'm going to put that energy into the world. I'm going to reach out to people, be more proactive with that. Just DMing people and saying like, do you want to do something together? I think it would be fun. And with this sort of thing, like, people are busy, obviously. 9 times out of 10, probably nothing will come out of that conversation. But that 1 time out of the 10, that's where things like the facade come from. It was just like me messaging Luke and be like, hey, I love your art. What if we did something together? What shape would that take? And we started talking, and that concept came out. Or the Lycanthrope series. Lycanthrope Project, that's its official name. That's also another thing that started this way and just like branched out from there in such a big and fun way. TikTok growth is really weird. But yeah, it's like so algorithm driven, right? Very flash in the pan. I don't think I've heard that expression, but I think I get what you mean. TikTok could be really cool for horror. I've seen good horror on TikTok. The troop. This year we're bringing back the troops, alright? We're doing it. Yeah, the troop is another fun collab that just popped out of nowhere and just created this whole thing. That was fun. I like the troop. That was a year ago now. A bit more than a year, because that was December 2022. So a year and a month or so. The troop is also on the iceberg. Yeah, we did an iceberg chart, which we're not going to go over. It's way too long. But if you scroll back through my Twitter, you'll find an iceberg chart with a little document, accompanying document that we did. Okay. Let's see. For today, though, I wanted to take the second part of the stream and try to take some of the stuff I started and didn't finish yet in 2023 and try and finish it. We're gonna we're gonna give that a good old try. So that's why you've been seeing this image in the back every time I close the other ones. This is the fetus mimic. It's another of my medical horror projects. It's a parasite that gets into the womb and tricks it into believing that it's pregnant, that the person is pregnant. So it'll kind of activate the mechanisms of pregnancy, cause like a fake pregnancy, right? But purposefully cause it so that it can use those mechanisms of pregnancy to grow to really large sizes. My fake baby. So obviously this deals with pretty heavy topics. If you feel uncomfortable with that, and if you got any concerns, obviously let me know. But if you feel uncomfortable, feel free to skip this one. We're not going to show anything explicit, obviously. It's going to be more indirect ways of seeing it. So I got this image of an ultrasound where we can see the worm just coiling about. Obviously, it's like a slice of the worm. And the second image, it's still work in progress, is the worm after having been removed from the womb. It's the kind of the sac where this worm lives, right? It's like kind of like a fake amniotic sac that it creates around itself. And yeah, so I wanted to have that after having like the sac after removal, surgical removal with the worm still alive inside. So it's still pretty work in progress there. That's where I want to go. Nothing more body horror than pregnancy. Exactly. So that's what I wanted to highlight with this little story here. Is like it's a topic I've talked about with my partner for a very long time. It's just the concept itself of pregnancy is so body horror to me. Obviously, I'm not a person capable of experiencing pregnancy, so it's just like thinking about it. If you start thinking about it too much, it's like, oh god, it is body horror pretty much. Especially and if you remove the potentially beautiful part of pregnancy, oh, you're gonna create a new human through this weird and pretty horrible process, right? If you remove that and just make it into a parasite, it just highlights, I think, that the body horror of it. If your worm water breaks, does the worm just fall out of you? You die. Okay, so here's one thing. There's this type of parasite, and it's called a hydatid cyst. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's a kind of an intermediate stage of life of some tapeworms that sometimes can get into humans. They usually get into the liver, and then it starts growing. It's like this. Basically this egg full of water, and inside, like floating, there's like a million tiny little precursors of this worm, right? The idea in its natural state is that, a sheep will contract to this, its liver will get infected by one of these little cysts that is full of tiny little worms, and then when a wolf eats that sheep, it will eat the liver, and in the liver it'll eat the parasites. So the parasites will get into the digestive tract of the wolf, and they'll become tapeworms there. But in humans, what happens is obviously a wolf won't eat us, so the cyst will keep growing and growing and growing and growing. All this to say, the cyst is full of liquid, and this liquid is full of proteins that are strange to us, right? They're not human. What happens if you're going to surgically remove the cyst and you accidentally break it, and the liquid spills out inside the body of the person, is they're fucked. They're pretty likely to die of a huge shock, because to the body you're subtly introducing before they were like inside the cyst, right? So the body didn't have that much access to these outside proteins of the parasite, just like from the outside of the cyst, and it creates like a sort of like membrane around it. to separate it. But if you break it and all the liquid falls inside, now a bunch of parts of your body and your blood are suddenly being introduced to foreign proteins, so it'll just kick your immune system into a high gear, and it's like one of those allergic reactions where you're just going to shock because of how big they are. That's kind of what happens if you break these cysts. So surgeons have got to remove them, being really careful not to break the water inside. I wanted this to be a similar situation where if you break this fake amniotic sac it created around itself and the liquid spills out, the person's pretty much fucked. So you got to remove it entirely. Okay, see you, Pi. Have a good time at the gym. Thank you for coming. Mechtel, go to bed if you're feeling sleepy. See you, Barango. They're called flukes. Yes, flukes. Yeah, like anaphylactic shock. Similar state to anaphylactic shock, except it's not caused by allergy, because it is an actual foreign thing in your body. Does the worm infect mammals other than humans too? Yeah, that's my thinking. It's like in nature, it's a parasite of you know, like sheep or whatever, but sometimes it can get to humans accidentally if you happen to ingest some of the eggs. Incredibly high quality cat cam. Hell yeah. Even has a kitty shape. Getting a snack for wakefulness. Ooh, what you gonna get, Mechtel? Oh. Let me hanging out with you too, Mech. Okay, so here's where we are in terms of the worm sac. Our base is actually a jellyfish. That's what we made the base sac out of, which we then added a bunch of little worm parts too. So this is what the actual worm looks like. It's a microscope view of a roundworm that I then like stretched into different shapes, put a bunch of different cuts of it essentially. I have this, where is it? I don't have it on the Photoshop doc. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, so my visual inspiration here is this. There's an ant larva with a nematode living inside. So it's a worm that took over the inside of an ant larva. So I really like what this looks like because we can't see the full worm. It's kind of cloudy inside, so we can only see like little loops all around. I was like, oh, that's what I want to go for, right? We don't want to see the whole worm. It's not like fully clear liquid. It's kind of opaque. So we're only seeing like little chunks of it like pop in and out as they get closer to the surface. Sorry, cough. The picture which you scream on that little recording you sent to Val. Yeah. We're excited about Terry. Yeah, oh, this is the other inspiration, like visual inspiration we have for this. It is an amniotic sac from, I think, a rat. But like outside the body, right? This is the full amniotic sac. I was like, okay, so we have the worm inside like this, plus like little veins going through it like this. Those are the two inspirations. And then I experimented before we finished last stream. I experimented with this leaf texture. It's actually just some lettuce to create a sort of veiny thing. But I don't know if I love that. like maybe I can get a close-up of it. So we don't get like this large like central vein, we just get like the smaller ones. Worm. Worm indeed. Hey Dorothy. How you doing? Yeah, I think it's the center bit that bothers me. So I could do this. So it like goes over on the sides. I'll remove this color layer. And then do a copy. What is this texture? This texture is, I think, another jellyfish. Or a Portuguese man of war. It just adds a little bit of like wrinkliness to it. So it's not, because without it, this is what it looks like. Oh, sorry. It looks very like taut and kind of thin. I want it to be a little wobblier, which is why I added this little texture here. You work on designing things? Oh yeah. I'll take a shower. Okay, Sora. Have a good shower.
I have to know forward, but I'm glad you're alive and well.
I am alive.
To you all. May our wildest nightmare become his best artículo.
Artículo. Thank you so much, Hammy. You have a good night. Sleep well. Don't let the birds bite. Okay, I can add, yeah, a little thing like this. Just some small veins going through. And I can choose a few of them to be a little bit clearer. Right, so it feels like they go all around. I like this way better. And then I can take maybe a color layer like I was doing before, but on these new veins. Take some red. Ooh, that's way too much. But I'll keep this like really strong red, so I can see what I'm doing and see where I'm painting this, and then we'll get a better color for them. Because I want it to look kind of like this. Oh yeah, I also have really exciting news for the coming year. We're starting off real strong because I'm gonna upgrade my computer. I am currently like doing the budget and choosing the parts and stuff, but I'm gonna have a beast that can handle Photoshop even at the absurd sizes and layer counts that I work at. So I am really happy, really excited. I'm using since I got that big commission. I can't talk much about. I'm using a chunk of that, healthy chunk of that, to fund it, and I'm excited, y'all. Yeah, I got to do a lot of research and like, you know, computer parts and stuff, because it's been a while since I built my computer. So, and obviously things have changed since, so you gotta like stay up to date, see what the current PC part landscape looks like. A Navy monitor, but I'll see if I can afford the monitor. Because I gotta get at least and sorry if you're not into computers, I'm sorry this will sound extremely nerdy probably, but what I want to get is a better CPU than I have, and I have an i7 here. but a lower range i7, and I want to jump to i9 for the CPU, and because the two big things I want to upgrade is my CPU and my RAM, so it's gonna be that plus 64 gigs of RAM. That's the goal, at least. And then whatever is left over, I'll get at least a decent graphics card that allows me to do some gaming, so I can do some more gaming on stream. Because right now, a lot of especially newer games don't really run well in my computer, and especially if I'm streaming, they'll start stuttering like horrible. So hopefully I can get at least a decent graphics card with the money left over from the rest, so that I can do some more gaming streams. I'm not going to be as limited in game selection. 64, yeah, I need him. Photoshop eats up so much RAM. So what happens if you guys see when I start working on a document that's pretty big like this one, and it's been going for a while, like I've been working on it for quite a bit, Photoshop will start slowing down. I have figured out this is because of the RAM essentially getting full. So Photoshop will start offloading stuff that... Okay, so Photoshop has a system called scratch disks that when the RAM gets full, and it's using the RAM all the time to make calculations, right? When the RAM gets full, it will start using part of your regular memory, so your hard disk, right? You'll give it a chunk of that hard disk to do calculations on when the RAM gets full. That's called a scratch disk, and when it starts going really slow, that's because it's going into the scratch disks, and it can't do calculations very fast on your regular memory, if that makes sense. So I figured out that's the bottleneck. That's like the main reason for me upgrading. Baldur's Gate stream. I will play Baldur's Gate for sure when I get a computer that can run games. Yeah, 16 gigs of RAM to Photoshop. If it depends on the size you're working on, but it'll slow down a lot when you get to bigger sizes and when you work on it for a bit. We're getting fast straight onto Doom Eternal Ultra Nightmare difficulty. Oh, I should play Doom Eternal. I never played it. I loved 2016 Doom. Silk Song will be finally out in time for him to play. Silk Song will never be out. But yeah, I'm really excited to get the upgraded computer. Because it's not like I can't work on this one. It's obviously still perfectly serviceable, but I'm gonna be able to do more, better and faster, and I'm gonna go for full upgrade. So I'm gonna get all new parts, so that I can take this current computer and ship it back to Asturias, where I originally built it. Ship it back to my parents, because this year I'm gonna spend a few months at my parents. I guess there's also kind of a programming note. It's gonna be March, April, May. Probably not the full 3 months, but during March, April, and May, my partner will be out in Madrid, kind of doing like an external rotation for her medical internship. And I'll be here alone with Bean, obviously. I'm never alone with this little kitty. But I figured I can take my stuff, go back to Asturias for a few months, so I can see my friends and family there, and change airs a little bit, It's nice. And since I'll have my upgraded computer by then, I can ship that one before I go. Get it to Asturias and little Bean. Bring Bean too. Bean's gonna be coming with me. And yeah, so that way I'll have my current workstation. I'll have it there, so I can move back and forth without a problem. I can keep streaming from there. It's gonna be good. You're playing through Hollow Knight now? Hell yeah! What a great game. What about Lethal Company? I just got Lethal Company the other day. I think we're gonna play it on Q's stream. So you guys should follow Q. Maybe this week. I don't know if Q has specifically set a date. I'm gonna talk to him later. I think it's Leslie Q. R. There it is. Follow Q, because I'm gonna be popping up there playing Lethal Company. Hopefully one day this week. I haven't played it yet. I just downloaded it like yesterday, and the mod, because Sam Champodial, another friend of ours, is making cosmetics for all of us. So we're gonna have custom. Maybe not by the time of the stream. Maybe that'll be on the future one, depending on how much time he has for that. But he's making custom cosmetics for us. So that's fun. World of Horror? I should play World of Horror at some point, yeah. Who would I romance on Baldur's Gate? I don't know. All of them? Is that an option? Will Bean get to visit my parents? Yes, I'll be bringing him with me. And the problem will be having him meet the dogs, because the dogs have never lived with a cat. So that's going to be dependent. I'm gonna, I'm gonna bring Bean with me to Asturias. I'm gonna have him at home for a few days, keeping the dogs and him separate. See if they, slowly I can get them to meet and be chill with each other. So because Napo is a really big dog, and if you've been here on stream before I moved out, you've probably seen him. Really large dog, and not super fond of small animals. Like, he's not aggressive or anything, but I'm scared that he might try to attack Bean. Poor little thing. Probably not, but it's just a fear that maybe will happen, especially if I leave them unattended. So my plan is to really get them to meet slowly, just test it out for a week, see if I can get them to tolerate each other. I think Bean will just be a little scared, and the dogs will be, I don't know how the dogs will react. I hope they'll be chill. Probably a little bit weirded out, because like, new animal at home. It's not a dog, that's a weird looking dog, But my hope is that they'll meet and they'll be chill with each other. But I have B plan. My partner's mom has already had Bean at home for a week when my partner was there, so she knows Bean, and she has another cat and an old dog who's super chill around cats, so they can take care of him if worse comes to worse. But I wouldn't love that, because I would be apart from Bean for some time. So hopefully they'll be chill. The dogs will be chill with Bean, and Bean will be chill with the dogs. I hope so. I'll be talking to a friend, Naughty D, Theo, who is also a fellow artist and an expert on like animal behavior, who's worked on like with a bunch of different animals. I will have them advise me. Anyway, let me catch up with Chad. Rose, have a good time zone, sleep well. And Happy New Year to you as well. Dog's gonna be, god damn, this dog is small, exactly. Bean might obliterate the dog if he gets frightened, exactly. Yeah, I hope they'll be chill. Really hope so. Because also, it would just be fun to see them interact, right? So yeah, it'll be a tense first few days as we see which way the wind blows. It's gonna be like, will they'll be okay? Okay, I'm editing the worm a little bit to soften some of the edges as it like pops in and out of view. There we go. There's another one here. Nice. Editing my worm right now. Okay, so trying to think here. Thinking of the sack. I don't know if I love the color of it. It feels maybe too grayish. What do you guys think? Cells cannot. Thank you so much for the follow. Maybe adding some reds. I'm gonna take them from the other photo here. Ooh. Okay. I didn't mean to choose this style, but that actually kind of goes hard. What do y'all think? A nosebleed today and only found out after seeing tiny dots of blood on your t-shirt. Right, I like that. That's a happy little accident. So let me see if I can control it. And see where it pops up, where it doesn't. Gotta apply the layer mask. Ooh, I just love the reds it creates. Oh, and the edges. Yeah, makes the edges look nasty. Okay, this is the look, right? Now it's a bit dark. So let's see. I gotta create some contrast so the worm is visible. So we can either make this brighter, which we might do a little bit, or make the worm darker. We're losing detail on the worm, but it's nice. And let's see. I can also add the worm in like different styles. Really contrasty look. It's okay. I don't know. Ooh, inverted. Ooh. Alright. I like this linear burn compared to the normal version. It's nice. It also kind of interacts with the background in a fun way, so it creates a nice, you know, you can still see like the shines and stuff on top of it. Your shirt will live to see another day. See, you gotta get red shirts. I just got this one gifted by... This is from the Internet Comment Etiquette channel, and it's gifted by Uncle Dave, who does the merch for the channel. Gave me a really nice birthday gift of some nice merch. Hey Evelyn, Happy New Year to you as well. Oh wait, do y'all, okay, just IRL things for a second. Do y'all want to see the food that we made for New Year's? I have so, okay, in my family I have this tradition that for New Year's we make a fancy feast. So I took that when I moved in with my partner. We're trying to keep that tradition, and my partner took it really seriously. She came up with some like Michelin star level plates. Like some of the plates, some of the dishes are literally taken from Michelin star restaurants, and it was fucking delicious. It took us, okay, I'm not exaggerating, all evening to cook. You'll see why. Hold on, I just got to show you from the, I think I posted this on the sub Discord. Yeah, okay, here. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this into Photoshop. It's gonna be easier. Okay, these are just big shrimp, carabineros in Spanish. I don't know the name of them in English. Nothing too fancy. Extremely delicious though. Big shrimp. This is and the picture's not the best. Like, we didn't take high quality pictures because we wanted to eat them. This is a tartar made with, the base of it is a gelatin made with apple. All of this is homemade. And then on top of it, it's scallops, tomato, and caviar. We did have actual caviar. I'll explain the backstory for it later. We're not that rich to have this amount of caviar just lying about. There's a backstory to it. Second plates. It's not all, y'all. Second plates was a type of fish that's called, hold on. It's apparently called a croaker in English, which is a really ugly name for a fish, but it's a really tasty fish. So this is on top of a puree of cauliflower with so you can see the puree of cauliflower is around it. Under the fish is just like really thinly cut fresh cauliflower. Kind of give it a crunchy flavor. There is caviar on top. And some fried garlic powder sprinkled on top, and the green stuff is also the same apple gelatin we made. We were going to make a different apple thing, but we figured we made some gelatin. We had some left over. Let's use it for this too. And the dessert was a taco made with nori algae, you know. On top of it is the pulp from apples, like kind of dried pulp from apples, which we made on the same time using the same apples as the gelatin. Cabrales cheese. This is a really strong blue cheese that I explained. If you remember from a few streams ago, these are just chucked into a cave where they grow the mold naturally. They're the only cheese in the world where the mold is natural and not like put in by humans. And it's because of one cave that has this mold. And then almonds on top. So it just creates this really cool bite of just this blue cheese with the sweetness from the apple. Really good. Zero waste meal, exactly. You gotta be smart with the ingredients. And then didn't take a photo of this, or I do have it, but it's not on my computer. We also had the rest of the caviar. We had it with blini, which is this Russian little pancakes. So I made we made some blini. We actually still have some batter from those. So you can just have them on top with a little bit of butter, and you put the caviar on top. The caviar is so it tastes so good that it's an amazing plate in and of itself. Caviar backstory. Turns out my partner, one of her colleagues at work, many years ago, did surgery. And you know, if you don't know, my partner works in plastic surgery at the hospital, so like reconstructive surgery. One of her colleagues many years ago did a surgery. I don't know what it was. Obviously, private patient privacy. Can't know what it was, but I assume a very life-saving surgery on this Russian lady who owns her family owns a caviar producing not factory, but you know, like they are caviar producers. So every year she comes here to the Canary Islands. They probably have like a vacation home here. They're probably really rich. And she brings a lot of caviar with her. And she asks my partner's co-worker, hey, how many things of caviar do you want for you and your colleagues this year? So the co-worker will go around asking everybody, so how much caviar do you want? And she will sell it like at ridiculous prices. So the thing we used for this meal, it's a 500 gram, that's half a kilo, that's like around this big pot of caviar. That costs us $70, which is a lot for an ingredient, but it is ridiculously cheap for some like actual beluga caviar. No, not beluga, sorry. Beluga. What's the fish that makes a caviar? Like the authentic Russian one. Well, that one. Yeah, fucking cheap as hell. And that's the reason, that's the backstory as to why we have caviar. In case you thought we were fancy and rich, I wish. We know where the Twitch money is going. To caviar, imagine. Hey, don't spit spade. Come on, Cryptid. So yeah, we now have every year for the foreseeable future, for as long as, you know, this lady keeps bringing caviar, we will have really cheap caviar. There's still a lot of it. There's still like half the bottle left, and we don't know what to do with it. I'll make some more blini and we'll eat it over the next few days so it doesn't go bad. Sturgeon. Thank you, Cass. Yeah, authentic sturgeon caviar. It is really pricey, Toxin. It's wild. We looked it up. We looked up like equivalent just to see, because this lady just told us, oh, it's $70 for each of these 500 gram bottles, and we're like, oh, that's expensive, right? Like that's a 500 gram jar of fish eggs, which like any other fish that would be just like a couple bucks, not 70. And then we went online and we looked up the prices of caviar, and we're like, no, 75 is just like a fraction of its actual cost, like in stores. What does it taste like? So if you ever had any other like fish eggs from like other different fishes, it's similar to that, but I would say it's like more potent. It's a strong flavor, fishy, but not really overwhelming. And the good thing is that they're pretty large as far as fish eggs go, so they are they kind of pop into your mouth a little bit, and they're amazing. You can just eat them straight up, like without anything. They taste amazing on their own. Beanie's recreating my art. Yes, he's so round. Look at him. It's salty and liquidy inside. Yeah, it's pretty salty. It's great. I would say if you ever want to be super fancy, try it once. It's not worth, I would say it's not worth the price, like the full price you pay for it. It's one of those things where it's like, it's more about the fanciness than anything else. But damn, if you ever get the opportunity to like try it once, and just that way you'll know what caviar tastes like. You'll have the taste of fanciness. Popping boba, but it tastes of the sea. Yeah, texture-wise, I would say it's pretty close to like, you know, like very small boba. You have not had fish eggs? You should try them. It's really nice, like a spread. Sometimes you can get them like as spreads, so you don't get like the individual eggs. But I like to have like to get them where it's like, you know, you see all the individual eggs, and they're just great with some toast, maybe some sour cream. Really good snack, just fish eggs in general. There's different types and stuff that you can use for different things, but really good. I like them. Fish eggs get the Valdevia seal of approval. If you're not big on seafood, yeah, then you're good. You probably won't like it if you don't like seafood. That's so interesting because where I'm from, caviar is not fancy. Everyone eats it on the New Year's. Yeah, over here it's super fancy and super expensive. But yeah, it makes sense. You're from an area that produces caviar, right? So it's probably like more affordable there. Also, I think like it used to be super cheap because people, you know, people didn't know about it, and before it was this like fancy things for fancy people. It was just like regular food, right? Then it just became fancy stuff once they became really once more people started wanting them, they became extremely rare. And then they started jacking up the prices, and it became this luxury thing. It's like lobster. Lobster used to be like literally food that nobody wanted, at least like where I'm from. They used to give lobster for dinner to miners. Not miners as like young people. Miners as in the ones that work in the mines. So they used to give them lobster for dinner like constantly because it was really cheap food and nobody else wanted the lobsters. And I can imagine the miners just like having their fancy dinners, not while the rest of the world didn't realize they were eating something super tasty. You're a 19-year-old uni student with your idea of delicacy is putting garlic powder in craft dinner. I don't think my body could handle fish eggs. It's not that expensive, Anna. You should try it. I don't know how expensive it is where you live, but where I live, it's just like you find them on the supermarkets. They're pretty easy to find and not expensive. Fish eggs in general, not a like fancy thing, I would say. Caviar specifically, yes, just because of how rare and expensive it is. But, yeah. I'm sad about that. Oh, so the lobster being poor people thing is also, it's like more universal. It's like, it used to be like, they used to be the food of miners in Asturias. That's the reputation it had back before it got expensive. The children long for the mines. Your parents ate smuggled black caviar during Soviet times. Yeah, it's really expensive now. The dichotomy of rich people having to mine out the food from a shell is really good, yeah. How many physical labor things have become hobby and class type activities for the more financially well-off people? That's true. Taking a class on how to be a barista. That's true. That's a good example. I hadn't really thought about that. I was thinking like how sports kind of emulate a lot of physical labor. And, you know, back in the day, you used to have people, like rich people would go fencing, right? Fencing was a really popular sport because it kind of simulated battle in a fancy way for fancy people. And it's like, you know, you're simulating being a soldier dying in the front lines for someone who's more rich and powerful than them, but as a rich and powerful person. It's like, I always found that interesting. And I guess that's still a thing that exists, right? It's not only an old school like Victorian thing. I agree with the example of like the barista classes. How much for one caviar? Pay me $1 and I will send you one little egg in the mail. We gotta return to making rich people feel afraid and maybe they'll stop taking our poor people ingredients. Strike fear in their hearts. Okay, I'm wondering if I... Okay, if I want to give them a little bit of volume to the worm, I can just add some light to the top, because we have the light here is coming from the top right. So if we just paint a little bit of that light and shadow on the other side, we can give it a little bit more volume, if that makes sense. I don't want to overdo it because it's not like it's super translucent, right? So just a little bit though. Just to unflatten it a little. Roller coasters and skydiving. You're confusing your body that you're about to die. That is true. Less cannibalism and more wage equality. Think about it, eating the rich. It is a metaphor for wage equality. It's just you're consuming their resources to become more equal, to equalize the playing field. So I think like eating the rich is, you know, you don't eat the full rich. You just eat a leg or two just to keep them balanced. Anyway, worm. How about worms? I love you, womb worm. Okay, I was thinking like, what if I made this little curl over here that's like way closer to the surface. Made it just pop out a little bit. So it creates a little bit of shadow around it. And maybe same here. Okay, Toxin, good night. Thank you so much for coming in, for chatting. Oh, okay. Something I should do here is take some of the red and have it more potent red, like so. There we go. Have it like reflect back on the table around it. As a sort of like bounce lights. Like so, and then make a stronger shadow. So that the bounce light like exists within the shadow. Okay, Chaos. Have a good time zone as well. Okay, I think I gotta desaturate some bits. Because I went for this really strong light here, you know? There's this really strong, vivid color. I think I gotta, like, around the edges, make it a little bit more dull, perhaps. Kind of this, like, pastel yellow instead of this really strong yellow. A bit more sickly. Trying to add like different colors to see what the vivid light here does. It's a nice style. I like that. I should use that layer more. A vivid light. Kind of does a really strong effect, but sometimes that's kind of what you need. Anyway, how about this gross little sack? Okay, Anna, sleep well. Good night, worm sack. See igen. Bean is so sleepy. After having committed unspeakable crimes for the first part of the stream. Like biting pillows. He's now taking a well-deserved rest. Oof. Okay, I was trying to see what if I added a stronger shadow to this side. Or like how strong? You had an appropriate emote for stream. Yeah, you had a worm all along. You were hiding your worm. He sleeps guiltless, for he's innocent. I would say he's pretty innocent. How do you know you're not framing him for your own crimes? I was the one biting pillows all along. My devious trick. Okay, so the background, I just chose this metal sheets. I kind of want it to feel like a tray. But maybe turn it around a little bit so it fits the lighting better. So, it's better. Or even further, actually. There we go. Feels better. Gotta spend the week with your siblings' cats. He's a super criminal. Oh. Little criminal. He also farts as a defense mechanism. How devious. Pink. Cute. I was testing out like changing the hue a little bit just to see what it does. I like where it's at because it's very organic colors, like reds and browns and yellows, you know. So I might desaturate a little. He steals your water. Being thankful is really nice about, like, he doesn't steal anything. At most, when you're eating something, he wants to sniff it just to see, like, what you're eating there. But something he'll do very often is right after you've eaten something, if he's like getting close to you to nuzzle you and stuff, he'll notice your breath smells of whatever you've just eaten, or especially if after washing my teeth, brushing them, he'll smell the the toothpaste, and he goes crazy. Like he really wants to smell what you just ate. So he'll start smelling your mouth, like, let me see. And there's something he does, and I have a theory about this. Okay, so you know how catnip is just like a plant from the same family as mint, right? The same, I think in Spanish it's called catmint. Well, when he smells the toothpaste, I think it tricks the same part of his brain that catnip does. So he will smell it a little bit and then immediately flop to the ground. He does exactly the same reaction as catnip with fucking toothpaste. With, not toothpaste, your breath after having brushed your teeth. It's really funny. It's just like... Posted a picture in the break room. Yes, yes, yes. Let me see. Yes. I love that. Yeah, I think Bean is just really sensitive to smells. And like a lot of things will give him the catnip reaction, where he just like smells something and then flops to the ground. It's really funny. Ooh, orange. Trying to figure out the color here. That's why I'm just like quietly contemplating. I'm just changing the reds a little bit. Changing the style for the worm. What's up, Bean? Yeah, what's up with you? Oh, he's just turning around. Okay. Yep. I thought he was gonna go up for cuddles. Okay, where were we? I kind of like it in white too. It's nice. But I think dark is the way, like that. It does look better, but I don't dislike this. It's alright. Or hard light kind of creates like it feels like it's popping out right a little bit. It creates an impression on the surface, or overlay does. It kind of feels like it's popping out of the of the surface a little, which is nice too. What do you guys prefer? This kind of vibe where it feels like it pops out, or this kind of vibe where we can see through a little bit? Hard choice. Hard choice. Okay, about option 1 again? This one? You said this was a cyst? So it's like the worm creating an amniotic sac around it, like a fake amniotic sac. So it's just like the little sac that the worm lives in. Kind of like a cyst, I guess. Like option 1. I do like it. It does feel more realistic. I do agree. Feels like maybe there's not a lot of liquid in the sac, so it's just like, you know, like how do you call it when you vacuum seal? It looks vacuum sealed. That's what it feels like to me. You know what I can do? Can copy this into a new combined layer and was it color burn? Linear burn. Will this do the same effects? Yeah. Okay. So that's the other option. I'm feeling like maybe we can combine. It seems to work the same whichever way I do it. So what if I put the dark shape below this? No, I actually think it makes it less apparent. Interestingly enough. What if I do the opposite? And I do linear dodge. And since it's very, very bright right now, okay. Makes it pop out a little bit more. Got a sous vide to the worm. Okay, with this effect, since it's vacuum sealed, we don't really get a lot of the detail in these parts. So I'm thinking, what if we... No, there we go. What if we make them pop out more? Okay, I like this. It's nice. Just the right temperature for perfect worm texture. Yum. Who wants to try first? I'm gonna bring back some of the color, since we did end up reducing it in some areas. Wouldn't want the worm to be gummy. Oh god. What have we become? So nice you'd eat it twice. Ooh, okay. I was actually losing out some detail. Let me close up. There we go. I was losing some detail in this area, which I don't want to overdo it. I don't want the every single part of the worm to pop out, because I think that would probably look fake. But we can recover some of the detail from a bunch of different areas. What if you put a ruler next to it? Yeah, I should put a ruler, like medical photography. I completely forgot about that for a while. Yeah. Let's do a ruler. I do need to find a ruler. Let me see if any of my medical stuff photos have any ruler in them. Let's see. I think no. So we might have to find pictures with a ruler. This one? There is a little bit of a ruler here. Also, this is a patient that was treated with methylene blue, which is a medication that is also something that's used like a pigment. So it actually tints your body blue from the inside. Really cool, but not what I'm looking for. Ooh, okay, I do have a picture of a placenta, and it's pretty gross, but it does have a ruler in it. So let me tell you one thing. You will not be seeing this for a minute, because I don't wanna spook people too much. Let me pull the ruler out of this photo, and I will be right back. You can imagine that I'm currently cutting up a ruler from around a really fleshy placenta. Like I don't think I'll do the placenta in this edit, because it is pretty gross, and I don't want this to go into gore, if that makes sense. Don't you gross me out. I'll gross you out specifically. Put some small card next to it. Okay, so we have a ruler now that we pulled out from a medical image. Okay, thing is, it does have a little perspective. I'm thinking, okay, we also do have to measure this because we're putting in a ruler. This in centimeters. How many centimeters would this little fella be? Also, is this mirrored or is this just because it's flipped? It's because it's flipped. Okay. Let's see the average size of fetus per week. Not inches. Give me actual measures. Sorry. So let's say this was caught at around like 12 weeks, or yeah, let's say a little bit more. Let's say this was caught around 16 weeks, and this is the average, or the size of a fetus at 16 weeks. That would be an 18 centimeter fetus, which would mean that this line about double the size of this. So I'm just gonna make this smaller until it's more or less in the center. You don't need to be super specific. I just want like a more or less believable measure. 10 meters. Kaiju looking parasite. I did shrink wrap the worm. It's a complete accident, but we figured it actually does look quite nice. Free my boy. On the ultrasound, true, we do have to compare it to the ultrasound. But we don't have to say and take up the entire uterus siphon. The uterus can be so many different sizes because it adapts. So that's not really a measure there of like a specific measure. But D1 here was measured as 0.8 centimeters. So it's about 1 centimeter thick at the point this ultrasound was taken. Obviously this worm is constantly growing. 0.8 centimeters would put it around here in terms of width, which approximately, that works. That works. That's very good. So we actually got the correct size in both images. It's pretty much the same. Your signature in the ruler. Yes, good idea. Thank you, Max. Okay, we gotta put this below. I'm gonna call this sack. I'm gonna put it below the sack so that the shadow can sit on top. That did not do very much. It is a really bright ruler. Oh, here's something I can do actually. I mean, I can also get another ruler, but I'm gonna flip it. That it exists like around here. And I'm also, hold on, I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna finish up the cut of this. I'm gonna apply that as a single layer, so now we just have a layer that is the ruler, and the layer is called placenta, which is strange, but still. I'm gonna tug on this thing until the perspective works better for us. Okay. That's still approximately the right size, I bet. So 0.8 centimeters for this. That works. Now we flip the whole thing. Because I want to put it like in the light instead of in the shadow. So that, I mean, we have, I guess, two places we could put it. Here, or this would be flipped, sorry. So actually here, or here. But in this case it's flipped, so we need to flip the whole image. I'm gonna tug on this thing until... Don't take my words out of context. Come on. Image, flip canvas. This is gonna take a second because it's gotta recalculate some filters, I bet. There's something, this type of bar, where it's like recalculating every filter, that'll get much faster once I get my new computer. Really excited about that. That's literally like a decent chunk of working on Photoshop is just doing, like, waiting for bars to finish. So I'm gonna flip the numbers. Wait, yeah. No, wait, that's not the way. No, it does make sense like this, because we're looking at it upside down. Does it look weird now? It's just upside down. I'm also going to introduce a little perspective here. Not the glazed cinnamon roll. Now shrink wrapped. For your eating convenience. No, I'm doing some warping of the whole thing. I just want to see what it looks like. I want to maybe make it, you know, a little bit rounder. So we'll need to fill in the shadow there, but apart from that, it should work. Whenever we wait again. So excited for the new computer, for this thing to go fast. You're at the point where you're limited by Clip Studio speed. The CPU doesn't help anymore. Oh no. What kind of CPU do you have? I don't know about Clip Studio, but Photoshop uses CPU and RAM mostly. Now they have been making more use of the graphics card, which is also, I guess, a reason for upgrading and getting a. It's not only gaming, which is still the main reason, but now a lot of the filters, like a lot of the like neural filters and there's a new lens blur filter that I've tried out in the new version that I don't have here. I just had it on the. Because I just installed the new version on my brother's old computer that I was using the past few days, and they updated Camera Raw, and it now has this filter that just creates this really good lens blur. And I actually can't update this version of Photoshop without updating my whole operating system first, which I haven't done so in years. So yeah, it's like, I don't want to update my whole computer, but whenever I get the new one, I will have the new filter. It's actually what I used here. I added that lens blur effects, and it just does a really good blur where it creates these little bokeh effects, which make it look so much more realistic than a Gaussian blur. So it actually, like, this thing in the original image was perfectly clear. It was like a picture of a door, a picture of a room, a picture of a tree. I then put in the lens blur. It just makes it all like makes all the lights in the tree go kind of bubbly like this, and it works so well. I'm really excited for to use that one more. And I think that one is an AI one, but I'm not sure. Because they just added it, and Photoshop has been adding a lot of AI stuff, but good kind of AI. Where they train it on their own photos. They create their own data sets and stuff. I'm not gonna give Adobe a full pass on AI because their Firefly one is still not ethically trained, even though they claim it is. It's better than the others, definitely, but not where it should be, and ethically speaking. But the other stuff apart from Firefly that Photoshop has been doing, machine learning wise, really useful. It's called bokeh, yes. I wonder where that word's come from. Okay. I'm actually thinking, what if I cut it a little bit up top like this? So that it feels, nah, I don't know. I might cut off the edge. Maybe over here. Because I'm introducing a little bit of perspective into the photo. So, because it just makes the ruler look better. And I think it just makes the whole thing look a bit better. Because it's not like a perfect straight-on photo. Like, that's really hard to actually get, a perfect straight-on photo. So it'll be a little tilted down. So we're just adding a little perspective on the background, just making it feel like it's a little tilted down. The shadows, like reducing the shadows up here. There we go. I like that better. Now, this is the ruler, which I'm gonna remove the title placenta, because like that's not placenta, that's a ruler, dude. Gonna make the numbers darker. placenta looks like a ruler. Maybe you should get that checked out. Giving it a little bit of the red, like, bounce lights here. Little bit of shadow in this corner. And we got ourselves a ruler. I think it fits the scene. What do you guys think? It's still too bright. No, I'm trying to keep it at the same size as this one, so we can put them together like top and bottom. But ideally I would cut this to a square, to be honest. There's like so much dead space around this. It's like, it's bothering me just a touch. Could make this a little bigger, just a touch. Just a tad. I don't want it to touch the edges. It'll create like a weird tangent, which you don't usually want. But let's center it and stuff and wait. Bean has been so sleepy. You've been a great boy, Bean. Sometimes I should start saying shit and hope I figure it out where I'm going before I get there. I feel ya. That's like me speaking while I stream. It's stream of consciousness type thing. I should make a script one day. Scripted stream where everything I said has been previously written. That would be funny. Okay, actually I realized I at some point removed the layer or painted over the layer where I did the veins, like the red in the veins. So let me redo that real quick, see if it still looks good, or if I'd rather just stay without it, because to be honest, I hadn't even noticed its absence, so. Maybe color instead of soft light. Color is too strong. Let's go with soft light and darken it. Is that a cinnamon bun? That is not a cinnamon bun. You're the second person who says it. It's really funny. Drops of blood or other fluid. See, I didn't want to make this too bloody, but I think making it kind of wet, making the area look a little bit wet might be good. To be honest, kind of like the placenta image that I didn't show you because I can't. Let me look at it, because you guys can't. I mean, I could show it. I don't think it would be, it would kill my stream, but I don't want to risk it. Okay, so maybe adding very small reflections on the top would make it feel a bit more wet, which kind of adds to the organic feeling. And then the same on the ground, and like maybe create just a very thin line where it contacts the ground, where the water is just kind of going up, you know, from the object to the ground. There's just a very small line. I'm gonna keep the placenta image on my second screen because I want to use it as reference, perhaps. You guys cannot see it. How do you wet the image? How to wet images. So I just take like the areas that already have highlights on them, and I paint over them with really small brushes and just pure whites, basically. And some little dots. Just kind of go with the flow there. The thing is, it has to be, you know, to make it feel wet, it has to be like super white reflections. And kind of squiggly, which is why drawing them usually looks fine. And I'll just... We'll see. I'm going to test this out. We'll see if it looks right. And we will readjust if it doesn't, but... Just like letting it follow the edges of things. It's usually similar. There we go. And if you add a few of these all over, but especially, you know, around the... Yeah, this reflection is one of these types of reflections. But if you add them all around, the more you add, the wetter it tends to look. Because wetness is just water over things, so water will become reflective and will turn the object it's on, will give it a sheen of a reflective material. And our eyes see that and interpret it as, oh, it's coated in water, or it's just really shiny. But if this doesn't work out, I can also add, and maybe I'll do that at a stream, I don't know, but I can maybe add more directly, instead of just referencing, like loosely referencing like I'm doing right now from an image of a placenta. I might just directly add some textures from it. Just don't want to anger Twitch. Third option, a cinnamon bun with melted frosting. So yummy. If I add a little bit of Gaussian blur, it should probably hide some of the defects. Thinking like right around the edges. There's sometimes this little bit of sheen. Okay, Johnny. Have a good sleep. Your insides are screaming at you. Oh, you're just gonna lie down. Okay. Sounds good, Johnny. Hope you feel better soon. I'm getting the feeling that this makes it look more plasticky and wet. Let me try adding a little bit of glow to it. Yeah, I think experiment failed in this sense. I will keep the layers because, you know, I might add them on top as a detail in low opacity later or something. Let me see what kind of wet things, wet textures I can add to this. Could just add water textures, but I don't know if that would work very well. I don't think so. Squid. Yeah, wet squid. I like that. Actually, I do have some of the pictures I used for this. This fucker. Actually, it looks too taut, this one, I think. It's too, you know, too full of air. It looks more like a balloon. Which it is part of what I use. Like this little reflection comes from that picture or a similar one. Jellyfish. And it looks a bit more wet. See, it's just like little dots. Little glowy dots that make it look wet. That was a Man of War, yeah. Jolly Rancher? What's a Jolly Rancher? I feel like I've heard that before. Also, hi, Welsh Noses. Welcome. Your first task is to explain what a Jolly Rancher is to me. Any watery animal can give us some nice wet textures. But I do like the idea of squid, because a squid might have like just the body of the squid. We could take some reflections from there. Because the jellyfish has a lot of like complexity. So I don't think we could just like drop it on as a texture. A candy. Okay. It's a happy farmer. See, I thought I had heard of it. Let's see. Well, let me look up what a Jolly Rancher looks like. Oh, it's like a squishy candy. Uh-huh. Okay, I've seen those. Similar ones to those. We obviously don't have that brand. Okay, let me hop over to the browser. Let's look for squid here in Unsplash. Or I guess, well, I do have the Photoshop extension that'll let me do this better, but... Okay, this is nice, but it has all those little dots. I mean, this kind of ink, squid ink sauce could add some like nasty residue. But that'll get interpreted as blood, and I don't want to go into bloody. I want it to feel like fairly clean. Like they've cleaned this out before, taking a picture of it. It's the opposite of squishy? Okay, I got the impression that it was squishy from the look of it. Because it looks like a squishy candy, like a kind of more of a gummy thing that we have in Spain. That's like the same wrapper and stuff. Not wet. Oh, where did it go away? No, let me just look it up here. So I forgot I could do that now. Not a quid. Squid. Let me add Pixabay as well, just in case. A lot of pictures are cooked and a lot of pictures are underwater, so it doesn't have the wet look. This one I like. The face, the head on it. It's pretty clear, pretty clean, doesn't have a ton of like dots or textures. It definitely feels wet, and it has kind of ridges that we can probably like arrange so they kind of fit the shape of the worm here, like this and this perhaps. Let's give that a try, why not? So I'm gonna hit F4, that creates an action that turns it into a texture. And give that a second. We can drop it here, and my thinking is we take this bit, which is the one I'm interested in. Ooh, Bean, you're so sleepy. Yes, you are. Let's see, if I put this on normal. Okay. Let me see this high pass. Will it, if I put it all the way to the top. Okay, it doesn't give us like super strong lights here. So I'm gonna try and increase those. Because mostly what I want is these reflections. Chrome gradient map. You even ain't even lying this time. I'll trust you. This is what we need. Hell yeah. Oh, these filters take a while to render. I think it's a high pass one. You know, let me do a real quick thing here. I'm gonna turn this into just a smart objects. Oh wait. With the no, okay, this works. And then put it on like this, and trying to fit these reflections where they should be. So it might take a couple of times me applying this texture, just rotating it, putting it in the different worm bits like here. Okay, we could definitely add more. I'll probably add more eventually. But it looks better, slightly. Oh, thank you for the save reminder. Way off topic, but since the Terry / Terry spawn are living flesh, can it grow keratin structures like nails, hooves, and hair? Fun fact, the initial take on Terry, oh, this is actually really large. Oh yeah, nearly 5 gigs, god damn. Just gonna simplify these two textures. And there's probably some texture stuff that, yeah, these. It's 3 gigs now. This one's not that big. Okay. Now it should be, like, the size is a lot more decent. But yeah, the original Terry had a patch of skin, and ended up removing it because it wasn't really clear to see that it was skin, so I removed it. So now Terry officially doesn't have any keratin structures, just moist flesh. Bold. I made them bold. Terry will dry out in the desert. Possibly. That might be the last place where humanity hides. Anomalocaris! Yes! Hold on, sorry. I got excited about one of the best Cambrian creatures. Googly all mix it up with keratin structures, exactly. What is this weird Squid Games render? The hell? Ooh, okay. Another nice texture. This could be nice. We'll give it a try. First off, turning it into a texture with this. I'm gonna try and only keep the shines. Not only, but... It seems to work. So what we need is this over here, more or less. Let's let it adapt to the lighting, the original. There we go. You can hear the sound that moisture makes. Imagine it in your head. Picture it. Oh boy. Come on, Photoshop. You got this. Yeah, I knew you could do it. Gonna increase high pass a little bit. No, it's gotta load again. But you got this, Photoshop. I'll now make it lighter on Photoshop by cutting it to the canvas. Now that is added in hard light. Okay. So one more thing I may do is blend if current layer is anything less than this. I will, there you go. So now it just keeps the shiny bits. Get the spray bottle like it's a cat that just smashed a mug. Don't do that to kitties. Especially because they will, if you do the spray bottle thing on cats, they might form an association between you and punishment, so they might actually like you less. As far as I know, the best thing to do for a cat is to redirect its attention. So it just like, you know, if it's obsessed with like biting the pillows like Bean was doing before. You just like pick them up, put them somewhere else, give them a toy. It's like, this, if you want to play, this is where your attention should be. They'll get it over time. Some cats are just goblins though. I'm gonna lie, never had cats. Well, in case you ever do. Okay, we're kind of doing a cumulative process here where we just keep adding shiny bits till we're happy. If you put a band name on this image, it would be a grindcore album cover. What would be the name of the band? The kind of band who would put a wet worm sack as their cover. Cats are like toddlers. You just jingle your keys. Yeah. That's pretty much it. At least we're Bean. Valdevia. No, not very grindcore, but I will take it. Okay, it still has some like blue edge from the original picture. There we go. And some more here actually. There we go. Okay, signature should be around here, right? Next to the numbers. But obviously this is backwards, looking at it from behind. So what I could do, let me see if what kind of numbers we got here. The 7, I'll use a 7 to create a signature. It would be nice to have a 1 or something, but I'll take a 7. It's a straight-ish number. Wet placenta apocalypse. Tail of the worm is a perfect spot for a googly eye to rest. Well, you gotta make your dreams a reality. Only one way to do that. Oh, what happened? What? Why does it just turn into a little ball? Please. Okay, there we go. Kind of hard. It's a really small thing. Let me see if that worked. It's a little wobbly, but I will take it. There it is. You don't have enough savings? Don't worry. Cass got it for you. Your wonderful gifts. We're looking at this backwards, so let's put the Google ad backwards. You're talking about here, right? It's beautiful. Okay, so I need to make this a V shape. Plus, there's bean hair on my computer screen. God dang it. I'm gonna put this in a darker color. To be honest, this... Hold on. Ooh, okay. Do a close cut like this. I mean, at this point I could have just drawn it, but whatever. I always like making the signature out of like little bits of the image. It's more fun than just dropping it in there, if that makes sense. You know, as much as it wouldn't really make a difference, the way I made it. It's fun. Okay, now I'm gonna put all this together. Control E. And that's gonna go here. Now it's gonna get rotated and everybody's gonna ask me, why is your signature backwards? I'm gonna be like, read the numbers. It's all backwards. And now we get to final bits. I'm gonna blur this a decent bit because we're not really losing out a lot of detail if I blur it this much. And as for the sharpening, I'm going to increase the radius so that the shiny bits are sharpened more. Now it's gonna pop us into camera raw filter, where the first thing I'm gonna do is add vignettes because the edges of this picture are kind of boring. I'm just making it rectangular so that it fits the other one. That's the only reason. So I am adding this to make it, sorry, less boring. For beating queso. Oh, queso? What do you mean queso? Salud. Thank you. In Spain we say Jesús, Jesus, because it was, you know, when people sneezed back in the Middle Ages, and that's how the story goes. People believed that they were like expelling demons, so they would invoke the name. They would say Jesus or, you know, Virgin Mary, or so they would say like the names of Jesus and saints to keep the spirits away, you know, to push them away. So yeah, in Spain, and we still do it nowadays. It's, you know, out of more our tradition than anything else. But people do still say Jesus. Kind of going for like blue-green lights as a sort of like clinical light. I don't know. It just gives me that hospital vibe. Greenish blue thing. I don't know. That might just be me. That might just be the hospital I knew as a kid, you know? It's like this tone feels like the tone of the light there feels medical to me. Feels clinical. Is that just me? Hey, welcome back, Pi. Thank you. We shrink wrap the worm. Don't eat it. Hey, Michi. Been a year. Let's see that sharpening in regards to the, doesn't really do much to the shines. Okay, so I won't add sharpening here in this step. I already added some, so it's fine. You can go to the color mixer and the reds are here, oranges here, yellows here. Okay. And that's pretty much the, oh, and there's some magentas too. Little touch of purple, but not really important. Okay, so I'll turn the magentas a little bit red. Not that it matters much here. They're not very visible. I'm gonna make the reds a little bit more saturated. Oh wait, Bean moved without me noticing, and I didn't have the camera focused on him. How did you guys not let me know? You're letting Zote die in this run, not Zote. Best character. Come on. Atrocities are googly less. Yeah, we're working on the top level details. So the googly can't show up here. It is here in the spirit, though. Oh, that's nice. I like this. A little bit more moodier. You take a nap with the stream on? Sounds good. Bye. Have a good nap. Funky music. Yeah, this was nice. Grapefruit Zod and how annoying he is. It's a really hard boss fight. Until you grind it out a bit for the boss fights at the end. Got home. You got an achievement? I didn't know. I think we did achieve it looking wet with those effects at the end, so I'm happy for that. We did a wetness achieved. How are we feeling about this? I'm happy with it. I think it'll complement this one. Also color-wise, I didn't really think about it, but color-wise, they both have a greenish, slightly greenish tint to the lights, which just gives me that clinical vibe. So boop boop works well together. They can both be put, like, ideally they would be put like this one on top and this one below, because they're both like very horizontal. I don't know how 6x4, yeah. Since they're very horizontal, up and down, but you know, when you put them on Twitter, for example, they'll get cut into verticals. But since both of them are, you know, centered, that can happen with no problem. This one might get a little bit cut at the edges though. I don't know, we'll see. So let me save this as a JPEG. Smart object. Huh? Oh, probably clicked on something. Did it save though? Or did it cancel the save? Let me check on my desktop. It's called Fetus Mimic. Let's see, where are you? Where are you? It's indeed here. Okay, good, good, good. We can add the googly eye back on now. And this one's already saved. This is actually, I just opened the JPEG here. This is not even the PSD. Hell yeah, I'm glad to have finished this story. It was like in the back of my head for quite a while. So I'm glad to have it in a state where, you know, I can feel it's done. I might post it tomorrow even. I don't know, one of these days. I'll definitely post this one of these days. If I don't feel like I have to add anything last minute, which that would be very me. But we'll see, we'll see. I do like it. And I'm wondering, we've been here for 4 hours. It is quite late, but we might have time to pick away just a tiny bit at the second thing I was thinking of for today, which was the Valdevia. It's a thing I worked on back in the summer, and then I never finished it. And I've always had it since it's a kind of half-started thing. I've always had it like as a second thing, like in case I finish this today, we'll do a Valdevia. And I've said this like about 10 times. And now, I think now is the actual time where we do it Cuélebre. Cuélebre is in Asturian mythology. Asturias is where I'm from, small region in the north of Spain with Celtic folklore and mythology. One of the main like creatures in this folklore is the Cuélebre. Cuélebre comes from the word culebra, which means a snake. So it's a snake-like dragon, basically an enormous dragon with wings, and usually seen doing dragon-like things, protecting hordes of treasures. Usually lives in caves. There's some stories about village people tricking the Cuélebre into eating a poisoned cow or something. They'll like give some food to it, but it's poisoned. There's like other fun stories about people tricking the Cuélebre. And let me show you some pictures of the Cuélebre so you can know what I'm talking about. Look at this. Here's there's Bean, but behind Bean here is a really good drawing of a Cuélebre, and this one I really like. I like how they give them like little ears. That's fun. Never seen a snake with ears, but I like this drawing a lot. Plenty of them. Most of them are fairly ugly. That happens a lot with Asturian mythology, where there are some not stellar drawings. I think Cuélebre is like one of the better ones because, it's a cool creature. It's a snake. You can't progress? Oh no, Welsh. Oh, this one's really good. Like a trading card thing? I like it. Is this fucking AI generated? Hold on. Oh yeah. Yeah, it even has the Bing watermark. This sucks. Who did this? Telecable, fucking internet service provider that has a blog apparently. Well, fuck them. Anyway, Cuélebres, cool creatures. I like this one a lot. These two are my favorites. Okay, let me put the bean back there. Let's go back here. Yeah. Okay, so where were we? We had this image of a cave. Here's a guy. Just to give us a sense of perspective. I'm keeping the guy. I think I want to keep the image as is. Obviously now the guy looks like it's under the snake, but I want it to feel like they're meeting in this cave. And the idea I had for this is, as you can see here, we got the snake here with the wings on the side, and then we can see the body like go into this cave, then out, then twist around. And there's like, we're seeing like only little parts of the body. So it starts here, goes up there. Then we get another bit here, another bit here. We're just getting little chunks. And it feels like it's enormous, right? Because we're not even seeing, we can't even see the full thing, like twisting through these tunnels. Anyway, that's the idea. What I have here is a snake head from one picture. Actually kind of like this shadow here. It kind of feels like it's a cave wall, but I might have to reduce it a little bit. We have this one for the body. They're just kind of placed for now. So we'll have to work a little to make it fit together. This one's just kind of underwater. So I might have to give it a soft edge like this. And then this bit here is from this snake. Oh, this one's really nice. A lot of twists and turns. So let me actually reuse that. I don't know how far we'll get with this today. I'm just gonna keep going for a bit until I get tired. Say, first stream of the year. It's nice to. I think I just want. This edit has been in my mind, in my desktop, for ages now, and this is kind of a new year. I want to clear my mind of these things, so I want to finish this. Maybe not today, but I wanna at least feel like I made some progress. What's up, Bean? Oh yeah, dude. Sleepy lad. What is he looking at? What's up, man? What's up, dude? Hey, that's a pen. That's not a toy. Look at he. Kissy boy. Whoa. Big yawn. Anyway. Whoa. Did you just attack stream? Did you just attack the chat? Come on. What you up to, be? Yeah. Look at he. What? Got anything to say to chat? Or to me? Oh, he just wants some attention. He's just waking up, so he's still a little bit sleepy looking. Yeah, oh yeah, big stretch. Go for it. You gonna go? You gonna jump out? Oh no, you're just gonna come here. Yeah, you are. You're showing your full ass to chat, dude. You don't know that. Or do you? You do, actually. You wanna come up? Up here? No good treats? No? Come on. No treats? Okay. He's slowly deciding whether he wants to jump on my shoulders or not. Come on, no scarf mode today? You're still too sleepy? Come on. Okay, whatever, dude. Whatever. No scarf for you. Or do you? Now you want to. He's a baby. He is a baby. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Gonna help you up. There you are. Great. Ooh, he's purring. Does he deserve a treat? Chat, what do you think? A treat for him? Bean, treat. You know that? Are you already aware? Okay. Ooh, he knows already. I make a little whistle sound whenever I give him a treat. It's kind of the good boy whistle. Yes! Hold on, I'm gonna give you one of the crunchy ones because I want chat to hear the crunch. You're gonna be crunchy, okay? Wow, you gave us so many crunches there. That was very good. Yeah, there you go, there you go. Get the treat dust. You got the crunchiest treat of them all. His favorite. Aren't you cute? He doesn't know that there's a bunch of people all over the world who love him. He's not aware. He hasn't seen them. He only sees little names in the screen. He doesn't realize. Or do you? Do you know? Sometimes he looks at chats and he sees the words where the words like scroll up. So I think he's reading chat. I wish you guys could hear the purrs, because he's not a really like loud purrer, but he's constantly purring right now. He's not stopping. Yeah. Let me put the mic real close. I think the purrs are kind of registering. Oh, you don't like the mic? Okay. Can you give him a kiss? Yeah. You gotta get leaning a little bit closer. There you go. They did register? Hell yeah. He's so cute. You wanna say anything to chat? Ooh, he just... Oh, he's flexing his little fingers. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did you do that? He's not letting it go either. Like, that's my hand now. There you go. He's so comfy when he constantly gives kisses. Like he loves hands and he'll kiss fingers all the time. It's something specifically about fingers and noses. He loves kissing them. So when he like seeks out your hand and starts kissing it, that's when he's like super comfy. He's training to grasp things like humans. Oh, my bean. His little head cannot comprehend the amount of love I have for him. So, Bean, we're doing equality. I know you're from the Canary Islands, so you don't really know Asturian mythology. Oh, am I boring you? Okay. He doesn't love mythology, I think. Bean just said no folklore. Bean, don't touch that. That was a good Bean moment. I hope someone clipped the moment where he just like grabbed my hand. That was really funny. If not, and if I do remember, I will clip it after the stream. Okay, I like this little chunk here. A little chunk of snake. Yeah, I really think it works. It's kind of like going over the edge in between the rocks, kind of coming over to this side. I want it to make sense, right? Like I want you to be able to more or less follow the shape of the snake. So it goes inside, then outside, then again, then it's gonna come back through here maybe. And right now we're seeing like the tummy. I would like one where we can see the back. So let me see. Well, that's kind of a thing. Like all of it, specifically with this picture, we can only see the lower part. So let's see. Oh, similar with this one actually. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's the same snake. I mean, it's still pretty nice though. Oh yeah, I think the reason why this isn't super advanced, and even though we dedicated a whole stream to it, is because it took us a long time to find the right images. So I think because I was looking for a very specific species of snake. See, this is why I started this in the summer, so it's been a long time. Reminds you of old-timey engravings. Oh, nice. I love old-timey engravings. So, among the ones I took here, we don't really have any pictures with the back of a snake. So we might have to... Let me search for snakes here. Well, let's see what kind of snakes do we get. Because as long as it has an interesting texture, right? Like maybe a little pattern or something. Because it's going to be black and white, so... anything flat like this will probably look too flat. Stuff like this though might be good. We just need like a bit of a wider shot, not so much of a detailed shot. This is nice. This could work. Oh, this one could be good. Just when I click on these, they show up on Photoshop directly. It's a really nice extension. Nice pattern here. Obviously, the moment we choose a pattern, we're going to have to be consistent about it. So we can't just choose different backs from different snakes, because they're just going to look different. Let's see what we got. Oh, this one we got. This one's pretty nice. This part is blurry though, so we will only have access to this. Not ideal. This one's really clear. There's no blurry bits. We don't have a ton of area to pick from, just like a couple chunks. But you know, I do like it. I think it fits. It fits the pattern on the tummy too. So why not? Let's try and select this. Let's see what we can do with it. Okay, the camera will go weird, and this is something that hopefully will be fixed. This specific error where the stream goes weird every time I select something. When I do get my new computer, I'm excited, really excited. Okay, so my thinking is we could do something like this, where we can see it come in here and then go back up behind this rock, right? So we're gonna cut out this rock. This part of the body. Could also be here. Yeah, that might actually work better, like close up there. That's nice. So we're missing a little chunk here. And maybe the tail there, although I don't know. It might be nice if we never even get to see the tail. It's just like out of frame, so it just makes it feel bigger even. And not, you know what I mean by the tail. It's not like snakes have tails, but the tip, the end bit. So we could have this little chunk here. Then I think we need to kind of complete the loop. But you know, maybe it winds through the rocks. So we have this here. And it kind of finishes there, like it's going down. And then we see it pop back like below there. Just coil around. If I use this little chunk here, yeah. Okay, so we got a chunk that we can use there. It goes nowhere for now, but we'll try and make it go somewhere. You know, the good thing about snakes is that they're tubes, basically. So for things like this, where I want to make a snake fit like a specific path, you can just like take little chunks from wherever, and just paste them wherever. Snake experts might make fun of me. They probably will, but most people won't know. Okay, these two might fit together like so. Even though I might have to cut a little chunk out of this one. I'll make it work. That's nice. I think that might work. It's positioned here. Okay, Soup. Thank you so much for coming. Have a good sleep. Okay, I more or less got the path of the shape, the path of the snake covered. Like the intention I had, but now this part here is feeling pretty barren. Like this whole side of the image has no snake in it. Should go to, but I'm not gonna. I feel ya. You know, I might do a little thing here where I add another close cut of the snake like this, just above here. I know it's the same one as this, but I think it'll be like different enough that people won't notice, because this one's like combined with others and it's cut differently. So yeah. Can you try to sleep but couldn't? So you're now painting? Ooh, what you painting? Where's Bean, by the way? He left. Bean left me. Okay, I like that. That's nice. Just makes it feel not as empty there. I wanted to, you know, the whole image to feel like you're just slip between my fingers. I wanted the whole image to feel like like it's all around you. Actually, I think it might have bent the tip of the pen. Oh boy. Hold on. It is currently, I don't think the camera will focus on it. But the tip is currently bent. Let me push it down a little against the wood. Okay. It just fell tip first, so. Okay, now it's not bent. I think I fixed it. The top of it is still a little flat, but it's all right. The ones I use, and if you use graphics tablets, I recommend you buy these. You can buy them in bulk too, and it's really cheap. Felt tip nubs for these. They're like the material, or like a harder version of the material of like a Sharpie tip, you know? Like it's that kind of material. So it actually won't scratch your tablet over time. It's much gentler on your tablet, and it works just as well. They do degrade a little faster, but you can buy a bunch of them for quite cheap, so they're worth it. Late birthday present for a friend. Painting a little box. Oh, that's really nice. Some flowers and a mouse and a mushroom. That's really cute. Yeah, I fixed the tip. So I'm glad, because I don't think I changed this one that long ago. Is this empty? Okay. So this one is the head. And we're gonna create a little mask just around this guy's hat so it's not cut off by the head. Alright, we got everything in position. Hell yeah. Now we start with doing a little bit of lighting. Oh wait, we're missing the wings still, so that's an important bit. Yeah, I think I had looked up some wings back when I first started this. I think it was from one of those reptiles that have like quote unquote wings that are just like flaps on the side of the stomach. Really weird looking things. I have a potato growing in your cupboard. You don't care about my model affairs. Let it grow for a bit, they'll turn eldritch. I like how you can't tell where that thing ends. Yeah, exactly. That's the vibe. It's a tip for tips. Okay, so I'm giving these some adjustment layers, mostly some soft light for now, just to match the lighting. Okay, so this little chunk of body here is the same, so we'll light it on the same layer. This is in a really lit part of the cave, so I'm gonna make that pretty strong there. It's already begging for the light. Potatoes are incredible plants, aren't they? Like, you can just forget them in a cupboard for months, and you'll come back and they'll have turned into these eldritch beings. Just like putting up tendrils everywhere in search for water. I think aliens could come to Earth and see potatoes and get scared. And pee their pants. Where's the soil? I feel like potatoes, like eldritch potatoes, would be a fun horror concept. Where you could take it many different ways, but just like anything from just using the texture of a like growing potato as like weird cool tendrils for a creature. Anything from that to literally create a potato creature or something like that. Eldritch being who craves soil. Father, I crave souls. As soon as you put it in soil, it exploded. Oh, the potato. I love that. What a wonderful creature. Okay, I like this. It's quite nice, especially like some of the bits of the body are they kind of blend in fairly well with the rock. So it takes like half a second to see them, and that's nice. Hey Bean, don't scream. I'm here. Hey Bean. Sometimes he'll just like wander the halls and scream. Oh, here he is. And that means he's looking for you. Where are you? Where are you? I crave cuddles. You do, don't you? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Of course you do. Oh, you're doing the nose kisses. Tonight he slept like all night with me. He literally got on my pillow and slept right next to my face. He was so cute. And he was so sleepy that when I woke up, he didn't even move and he kept sleeping on my pillow for like an hour. You like the shape of Bean? Me too. Big snake or small cave? Well, I hope this guy answers it for you. It might just be a really small guy. Remember to hydrate, everybody. Yeah, Bean, what's up? Ooh, big stretch. You going to your little bed? Come here. Come over. Oh, thank you for the save reminder. What's up, dude? Come over. No? Oh, yeah. Come on. He hasn't decided where to go yet. So he's just awkwardly standing. What is it? Oh, he's doing the thing where he sits in front of me. Are you? What you up to, dude? Oh, he's scratching his face against the mic. That means he loves you, chat. Or that he's marking his territory. So that might mean that he considers chat his property. Which is true. Yeah, if you hear noises, that's Bean scratching up against the mic. Isn't it? He's a Tindle man. Yeah. He has now marked you guys with his hand, so you're now Bean's property. Now Bean, I'm gonna try to work, but I'm gonna like put my hand here, like under his legs. I'm gonna try to work. Oh, attack. Oh, no. Dude. What? What has it been? What? Only to become the cat's property. 2024 will be great. What you doing, Bean? Hey, little guy? What are you up to? Tell me. He's trying to chase cables and stuff. He's trying to find new toys. Yeah, Bean wants the stream to be done. He wants to play. What? I thought you would escape from this grasp a long time ago, but you're staying pretty still. That's impressive. Whoop! Big stretch. He's trying to get like just objects, stuff he can grasp. Hold on, Bean. I do have something for you, but you gotta stay real still. Don't move. Don't move, don't move. Look. Stay there. I have a toy for you. It is a... Yes! It's, how do you call this? You put this around your hair. Elastic band. Yeah. So it's an old elastic band. That's now become his property. It's one of his favorite toys now. It's like the discovery of the week. He loves it. It's actually kind of nice because you can throw it really easily. You can just like put in your fingers and do boink, and he goes get it. So I'm gonna try and make this his fetch toy. When we try to teach him how to play fetch. Oh, he's going wild. He's going wild. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, man. Little hair tie. Yeah, hair tie. Here, I'm gonna put it around the camera. It's currently like sitting around the camera. You can see it here. Tech. Someone clip that. Oh, he got the hair tie. Ponytail holders, that's cute. Yeah, Bean has so many fancy toys, and he always gets like random stuff. It's really funny. He's so seal. He's so seal. He's currently on the ground playing with the hair ties. So, okay, so here we go. This was the sketch I did. I actually think I did better than the sketch because I like how it kind of coils around there. And this little chunk here, which I didn't have in the sketch. I didn't put the tip there, but I think I won't do a tip. Now, here's the important question. Like the one main element that we're lacking here is the wings. So I think I did have some pictures. Oh, I didn't save them. That's stupid of me. back when I started this, I did download some pictures of those little reptiles with the wing-like protrusions on their sides. I don't know I don't remember their names though. What's scarier, the images I make or Bean? Bean can't be scary. Come on. You know what? Me not remembering the name of this weird ass reptile, I think that's a good time. It's 7:46 in the morning, so I'm gonna call it there because I want to do 2 more streams this week. So I gotta stay focused. Yeah. Let's leave it here for tonight, folks. I think we did good progress on this one, and we did finish this one, which honestly, now just tapping back into it, super fucking happy with how this one looks. It's slimy as hell, and it's gross, and it looks vacuum sealed. Honestly, happy with this. Same time for you, Heavy. Yeah, we're there. The sleep disorder, folks. Yeah. I'm really happy with this, and I'm happy with how this one's coming out. Obviously, it still has ways to go, but happy nonetheless. So, yeah, let's leave it there, y'all. Bean, do you want to say anything? Bean? He left. Okay, I guess Bean doesn't want to say any parting words. But, y'all, it has been a really fun one. I'm glad to be back here just in time for the new year. We'll be back on Wednesday if all goes well. Oh my god, Suzuki! You just rated when I was saying bye. I'm sorry. But welcome to all the... Just a quick little review of what we did today for the Raiders. Welcome, folks. Hope you're fine. Hope you had a good stream over at Suzuki's. And if you don't know me, my name is Eduardo. I do horror art, and this is a gross ass worm sack. That's what we've been working on today. Plus this folklore creature called El Cuélebre. This is dragon, winged serpent style dragon. It's still lacking the wings, but we're getting good progress there. No, you're good, Suzuki. And this is a parasite that pretends to be a fetus. It gets into a person's womb and it kind of creates a fake pregnancy so that it can feed and grow to enormous sizes. That is a sac, like the sort of like fake amniotic sac it creates for itself after being removed. I think it came out pretty gross, which perfect. Thank you, Suzuki. We also did talk about potatoes, among other things, and I would show you Bean, but he left. Bean is my cat. Anyway, that, y'all, is now for real. That's where we're gonna leave it. Thank you again for the raid, Suzuki, and thank you to everyone who came in during the stream, early or late. I really appreciate you guys' company as I make this art. If you were here towards the beginning, I hope you liked the little 2023 retrospective we did, where we looked at a bunch of art. I think that was a lot of fun, just to reminisce about what we did in a year. And yeah, more on Wednesday. I don't know exactly what we'll do on Wednesday. We might even finish the Cuélebre here, but I might do fractals. We'll see. Also, just a reminder for future potentially programming notes. I don't know when this is going to happen, but remember to hold on. Let's Q. All right. Remember to follow Q, which I just shouted out on stream. You should have a little button that lets you follow them. Yeah, remember to follow Q, because I'm gonna be sometime this week. I don't know when this might happen. It might also be next week. We'll see. We're gonna be playing some Lethal Company over at Q's stream with some like custom cosmetics and stuff. I haven't played the game yet, so I'm excited. I'm excited to die a million times. Yeah, if you want to see that, follow Q, and And yeah, y'all, once again, thank you so much for being here. I will see you on the next one. Take care.